tweede ry van plek kry.
O, en dan moet ek daar gaan sit. Waar in die tweede ry?
Net agter my pa.
Okay.
Sak, al my sak lê hier, maar ek kan net daar agter. So oop wifi.
Ja, maar dan moet ek sê kan nie toe. So moet my nog net aangaan met die werk.
Ja.
Ons gaan vir Arney hier voor los by julle vir ons kontak relay, dan is nie nodig dat jy te worry om nog relay te speel. Okay, so Arney gaan ek net dalk met die mikrofone opsit en hy gaan so ook lekker gaan. Okay, dan baie dankie. Okay.
Arney. Jy kan by Simon net hoor wil hy 'n mikrofoon of daai hê, want hy's die eerste ou na my. How you?
Good luck for today.
Okay, morning everyone. If I can slowly get your attention, I think more or less everyone's in the hall by now. These guys that come from far. Okay, everyone, I'm gonna get going. Don't want to run too late. I don't want to cut short on all the tea time and lunch time. It's the most important time of the day. Okay, so a warm welcome from me to the 10th Maluma Symposium. Thank all of you for coming, everyone that's come from far. I'll spend a bit more time on that later on. But before we go too far, I would like to invite Johan Fourie to the stage just to open the day with scripture and prayer. Thank you, Johan.
Good morning, everybody. Goeiemôre almal. Andre, Liesel, Sander, Adrian, Donovan. Wow, what an event. Amazing. And Marensky, joch, julle terrein lyk stunning. Welcome to everybody. This morning, I'd like to go one further. The previous time I was asked to do this 2 years ago, I did 2 languages. This morning, I'm going to try 4. So bear with me, and when you see me at break, don't talk to me in Hebrew or Greek. I just know classical Hebrew and classical Greek. So I'm going to read 2 pieces of scripture, the first being Psalm 127, verse 1. In the Hebrew, it sounds like this. Im Yahweh lo yivne vayit shaveh amelu vovna bof. And in English, it says, unless the Lord builds the house, its laborers labor in vain. Afrikaans, as die Here die huis nie bou nie, soog die wat daaraan bou, te vergeefs. And then in the New Testament we find kind of a similar text where Paul is talking to the congregations and he tells them about everybody that's doing their work in the different congregations, and some of the guys think they're more important than others. And then Paul says these words in the Greek, Weste ute ofitioan estin ti ute hopotition Allah. Ho auxanon theos, hop fitioen do kai hopotitsuon en eisin, e kastos deton idion miston, lemsetai katanton idion kopon, theo gar esmen sin ergoi. Okay, and in English that is, so neither he who plants, nor he who waters, is anything. Only God who makes things grow. The man who plants and the man who waters have one purpose, and each will be rewarded according to his labor. For we are God's fellow workers. In Afrikaans, dit gaan nie oor die een wat plant, of die een wat nat gooi, maar oor God wat laat groei. Die een wat plant en die een wat nat gooi, staan op gelyke voet. God sal elkeen beloon volgens sy werk. Ons is medewerkers in diens van God. On a date like today, we might talk about things like the value chain of avocados, or the supply chain, or the cold chain, or any chain you want to think of. The point is a chain has links. Each of those links have the same size. If you try to stretch a link to be bigger than it is, it will break. When we sit here, stand here, talk here, we're all equals in God's eyes, each doing their part in a huge system God thought of way before you were born. We are God's co-workers. In Greek, that word co-worker is synergoi, from where we get the English word synergy, working in synergy. If we can find synergy with God in what we do, whether it be a supplier, a producer, or whatever you do in terms of avocados, and if you realize that what you do and what we do, each of us, if we realize that God is the only one that holds the chain, and if we find our place on the chain and be the best link on that chain possible, God will reward you. It's His promise in His word. He will reward you for the work you put in. You will see the dividends. But if we try to be bigger than, our link will break and will be replaced. And if we try to shrink away from what we were called to do, the rest of the chain would suffer for missing us. So today, I want to say, let's be God's synergoi, His co-workers, but He holds the chain. And that is something that I know well enough of Andre and his team, that God is the one who holds the chain. Let us pray. God, we ask you to please bless each of us. We have all come here with our own motives, our own things that we need done, dinge wat ons wil hê moet gebeur en wat ons wil regkry en koneksies wat gemaak moet word en party wil kom leer en party moet ander leer en party wil kom bemark en ander soek. God, link us together as millions of change stretching all over the world. Build bridges between people. May each of us realize our place. May we be the best link in the chain where you placed us, what you called us for, and may you bless us for that. Help us to not try to be bigger than we are or shrink away from the calling you have on our lives. Bless this day and all the days that follow for this symposium. Bless each speaker. We ask all this in your name. Amen.
Thank you, Johan. As always, a little bit of extra effort. We appreciate it. Next up, I would like to call Mr. Magnus Stein, the headmaster of Marinsky High School, to the stage. And again, as every other year, I would like to thank him from the bottom of my heart. It's not only the facilities they provide us, but the attitude that the school shows towards us. I think it's something that I grew up with next door to the school, and it's always been there. There's a saying that says, "Plaasie gaan lê nooit," which means the children or the students of the school never lay down. They always keep their heads up. And when we work with the students here, and especially Donovan and the teachers, they never drop us. They're always there, and I appreciate that so much, Mr. Stein. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, from the side of Marinsky High School. We want to welcome everybody here today from all over the world and say welcome at Marinsky High School. I'm certain that you are going to enjoy this course, and I also want to say thank you to Alles Beste. It's a privilege always to be associated with them as well, and I can promise you this will be something to remember. You're going to have good memories after this. Before I put one of our scholars on, I just want to read a short passage to you and to say that we understand where farmers are coming from. Just a farmer, you said, and I laughed because I knew all the things that farmers must be able to do. They must study the land, then watch the sky and figure just when it is the right time and why. To sow and to plant, to buy and to sell, to go to the market with cattle and well. You know the books that farmers must keep to pay all those taxes and be able to sleep. If you pay all that taxes, it's your problem. And you know the fixing that farmers must do when machines like mad monsters blow a gasket or two. I guess when God needed folks to care for His earth, He chose just farmers because He knew their true worth. Ladies and gentlemen, we know what you are going through, and I hope that this symposium is something that you can take the memories back with you. You are most welcome at Marinsky High School. And then, without further ado, I'm going to ask Dominique Blandon de Chalain to come and to speak to you. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to Marinsky High School, a school where dreams come true and most importantly, where future farmers are established. According to the Oxford Dictionary, a farmer is a person who owns or manages a farm. Maar ons almal weet dat 'n boer baie meer as net dit is. Om 'n boer te wees, beteken dit dat jy een van die min mense is wat hoop vir die toekoms het. Dit beteken jy glo dat die werk wat jy vandag insit aan die einde van die seisoen vrugte gaan afwerp. A wise man once said, once in a while in life you need a doctor, a lawyer, or maybe a policeman. But every day, 3 times a day, you need a farmer. By creating a platform for the future farmers of our country to learn and gain valuable knowledge about farming, Merensky ensures that our future in agriculture is safe. 7 kilometers outside the small, charming town of Zanin is our unique, diverse, and beautiful school, Merensky High School. Merensky High School is a full academic and agricultural dual medium school. The school consists of an array of classrooms in which students explore and discover new things while being taught and guided by our knowledgeable and caring teachers. Merensky se landbouprogram bestaan uit praktiese kortkursusse, 'n akademiese kurrikulum, toegeruste laboratoriums en werkswinkels, doekhuise, proefboorde, 'n agriklub, die skouspan, veekuddes, praktiese werk en hope pret. Jaarliks word die volgende kortkursusse buite die voorgeskrewe kurrikulum aangebied by Merensky. Reg op ons voorstoep leer Westfalia Kwekery en De Roy ons van enting, okulering en stiggies maak. By ZZ2 leer ons om te onthoring, hoe om diere te brandmerk en om bloedtoetse te neem. By Mieliekloof Abattoir leer ons landbouwetenskap en landboubestuursleerlinge hoe die beeste geslag word, hoe om die gemiddelde daaglikse toename werk en hoe om karkasse te klassifiseer. Om te leer hoe die spysverteringsstelsel van 'n nie-herkouer werk, slag ons graad 12 landbouwetenskapleerders jaarliks hoenders. Laas jaar het 12 van ons leerders die Vertase kunsmiskursus ook voltooi en vanjaar het van ons landboutegnologie studente aan die Sabi besproeiingskursus deelgeneem. Hulle het ook 'n welding kursus by die Suid-Afrikaanse Welding Instituut gedoen. Benjamin Franklin once said, "An investment in knowledge pays the best interest." At Merensky, we believe in changing the world of agriculture by introducing our grade 8 and 9 learners to agriculture and by providing the grade 10 to 12 learners the opportunity to choose agricultural management, science, or technology as their subjects of choice. In agricultural management, we focus on 3 specified production enterprises, namely avocados, macadamias, and beef cattle. Every second Monday afternoon, the agricultural management students partake in practicals around the farm based on their curriculum. They also work with our oxen, which we feed and weigh at the school, together with Barn Lab, who helped us succeed in this project last year. Merensky se landboulaboratorium is toegerus met 'n volledige stel toerusting vir chemiese eksperimente en proewe, dissekteerstalle vir plante en diere, asook mikroskope om die monster van nader te bestudeer. Dit het ook 2 koelkamers, 'n interaktiewe smartboard en 'n projektor. Die laboratorium saam met ons tegniese werkswinkels, praktiese krale, doekhuise en tonnels, sowel as 7 toegeruste klaskamers, voltooi ons pragtige agripark. We will never get anywhere in life if we do not move forward and grow. This is exactly what our Agri-Merensky team is doing. Last year, our youth show team grew drastically, and we were able to take 36 learners to the National Youth Show, which was held in Vryburg. Together with that, Merensky High School was named the FNB Agricultural School of the Year at the 2019 Alpha Show. Currently, Merensky is the largest agricultural school in the country, with more than 900 students currently taking an agricultural subject. But this is not the end. Plans have already been made for the construction of new wash bays, camps, and much more. But none of this would have been possible without our generous sponsors and partners, like ZZ2, who have generously provided us with our show cattle since 2012. Now, although our agriculture and academics is definitely an important part of our school, it is not the only things that make Merensky as amazing as it is. At Merensky, we offer a wide variety of sports, including rugby, netball, soccer, hockey, archery, and much more. We offer top quality facilities, including our high performance center and gym, and our brand new blue water-based hockey astro. Merensky also boasts with our very own School of Culture, the MDDA, where students can partake in many different cultural activities, such as singing, dance, drama, art, and photography lessons. Merensky spog met die grootste skole sweepslaanspan in Suid-Afrika, wat onder leiding van 5 onderwysers is. Ons leer ook om self die sweepe te maak en so laat ons 'n trotse boeretradisie voortleef. Merensky is 'n skool wat vol tradisie is. Een van ons gunsteling tradisies is die Moepoe. Elke graad 8 nuwe leerling en nuwe personeel moet aan die begin van die jaar deur die Moepoe gaan. Die prefekte sorg dat die skiewies behoorlik bemes word. En daarna kom by die skool se brandweerwa almal skoon, sodat ons nie stink as ons aan die skiewiekonsert deelneem nie. En na die beesklokseremonie word jy 'n regte blou bloed plaasie. But now, we simply cannot forget about our amazing hostel. It houses more than 400 learners and consists of 4 blocks for the girls and 3 blocks for the boys. Buses go weekly to and from 6 different towns within a 200-kilometer radius around the school. And if you were lucky enough, you would know there is nothing as beautiful as seeing the sun rise over the avo trees out of your hostel window. My name is Dominique Blandin de Chalane. I am a grade 12 student at Merensky High School, and I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. I live in Johannesburg, which is approximately 4 hours away from Zanin. Now, I know what you're thinking. Why in the world would I be here if there are so many perfectly good schools in Johannesburg? Well, I have always had a dream of becoming a livestock veterinarian, and Merensky has helped me by giving me the opportunity to work with animals and some of the best livestock veterinarians in the country. And my dream is slowly but surely becoming a reality. Agri Merensky's slogan is, die opbrengs van 'n nuwe toekoms. Franklin D. Roosevelt once said, we cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future. This is what we do at Merensky. We build our youth for their future in agriculture. And as a member of our youth, I can confidently say, we are ready.
Okay, so next up I have the privilege to introduce myself and bore you with my time. But I just want to do a quick recap on the last 10 years. Now it sounds a bit strange to say that we've been doing it for 10 years because theoretically it's not 10 years of symposium, but I think for about 3 or 4 times we changed it. It was first the Maluma meeting and then the Maluma day and then the Maluma this and the Maluma that. So finally we decided to call it a symposium and not a congress, but I'm quite worried that with the amount of international guests that we get nowadays, it might change to a congress one day, but let's hope not. Yeah, so from my side, I think I tried over the weekend just to recap a bit. I went through all the presentations over the last 10 years, and well, not all of it. I think by Saturday evening or Sunday morning early, I realized that I'm only halfway through and I won't get through all of it. It's a bit of a tough recap. But yeah, I think Marlene, you could start the video and then I'll take it from there. Okay, so I'm a bit scared to say, but I think it's already 16 years ago. I sat in an English class, which was actually presented by my mom. And those who came to the school would know she was quite strict, and I was probably a worse student. But I did love poetry, and there's two poems that I keep close to my heart since school. And the one is the If poem, for those of you that might know it. Otherwise, just Google the If poem, and it's really something worthwhile. And the other one is The Road Not Taken. And The Road Not Taken basically is a story just about two roads that diverged into the woods. And how this person was stuck deciding, which road to take. I'm not going to read it, or maybe I should. Two roads diverged into a yellow wood, and sorry, I could not travel both. And be one traveler, long I stood. I looked down one as far as I could. There where it bent in the undergrowth, then took the other as just as fair, and having perhaps the better claim, because it was grassy and wanted wear. Though as for that passing there, had worn them really about the same, and both that morning equally lay in leaves no step had trodden black. Oh, I kept the first for another day, yet knowing how a way leads on to way. I doubted if I should ever come back. I shall be telling this with a sigh. Somewhere, ages and ages hence, two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. So the story that I try and tell with this is there's a theory or a philosophy about the road less traveled or the path of least resistance. And I think with the Maluma Symposium and with Maluma, and I think it all started with my dad and the guidance he started with. And through the years, there were a few passionate people that guided us on the path of least resistance. Not through the path of least resistance. We took the path of resistance. We decided to take the hard road instead of the easy road, to take all the conflict and all the tough times that came with it, to rather build up and get up those stairs instead of taking the easy road down. So, Vilna, I did see you today. If I can ask you to maybe just get up where you are, you don't have to walk all the way to the front. A few years ago, those of you that were here, Vilna received a trophy from us. And I think it's worthwhile on the 10th symposium just to give credit to Vilna again for having the initiative those days at Saga to get up and get the growers together. I will never forget the phone call that we had from Vilna asking whether she may organize that meeting. And it was a pretty simple meeting, but so important. It got a group of us together to focus on quality and focus on the road forward with Maluma, because it had such good potential, but Vilna, being the technical officer at that point, or official at that point, pointed out that people were getting negative about it. And to think now, 10 years later, the amount that the industry has grown, we really have to thank Vilna for that. Thank you, Vilna. So you'll see there the agenda that Vilna drew up in those days. A pretty short meeting just around a boardroom table. And simple things, but so important. So the cultivation of Maluma, the protocols around Maluma and how important that is. And Frans Creer also presented a paper on what he believed, the way forward with research should be, and guided us in a lot of ways. And obviously, future meetings, that's where it all was born. So just to show you how far we've come, that's how horrible our first presentations looked. My wife, when she saw that over the weekend, she was like, I hope that's not your background for this year. So yeah, just a few things that we touched on. And I think important to point out is in that year already, I didn't even realize it. I realized it over this weekend. We started the Maluma blog. And till this day, it's the only of its kind in the world where all the research papers on one single cultivar is presented. Everything that we do from here to the Congress, everywhere we go, we post that about this single cultivar. For everyone new and fresh, or guys that have been in industry to spend time on it. In terms of growth, that's the actual numbers of the last 10 years. You could see 11, year 1, 56, 74, and it goes up, and it's really the last 3 years where it's gone crazy. Interesting fact, we started, I think 3 years ago with a Maluma week almost with all our international guests. And Monday when I stood at the back of the conference room, I realized that there was already 48 people in that room, and theoretically that's already bigger than, well, almost as big as our second meeting. The total international guests this week is actually 60 people already. So just interesting facts. So what did we do from year 2? We had a vision. We had a vision to look beyond the boundaries of avocado production in the world, not only in South Africa, but to take a point of view that whatever is behind us is behind us. You know, let's reinvestigate everything, because new cultivars bring new challenges, but they also bring new opportunities. So if we're not prepared to look outside that box, we can't go forward. So we started with a day, and we've been using this paragraph almost every year in our program or in the initial emails, where we say it's a unique technical open day devoted to a single cultivar with applications in any fruit farm and for all role players in agriculture. So although we collaborate on Maluma issues, I think the relevance is to everyone. And just on the figures, for the last 3 years, we've managed to get more than 230 farmers in one hall. And that's quite a unique feat. You know, it's even at our research and our marketing symposium, it's more and more attended by people in the value chain and less by farmers. So for us, as Maluma, as Alles Beste, it's a massive privilege to have this amount of farmers in one room. So the main topics over the years, I'm really going to go quickly through this. I just want to try and make up some time. So marketing opportunities with Maluma. Quality issues, red vascular staining. I remember the days where that if we mentioned Maluma, that was the first thing that we heard. Today, if we mention Maluma, the first thing that we hear is great production, you know, people are happy. So the world has changed a lot, and I think we have the Maluma Day to thank for that, because it brought people together. Commercialization progress, economic value of Maluma, minimalizing risk with Maluma. Commercially valuable yield calculations, rootstock research, financial benchmarks and tweaks for increased profitability, utilization application of drip irrigation with Netafim. I think our relationship with Netafim, you know, most of you were on the road with us, and for us as Alles Beste, even that meant a lot. Precision farming in fruit, spend some time on that again this afternoon. Central leader pruning, high density and ultra high density production. Maluma developments in Peru, in Israel, fertilization norms, the Maluma language. So it's really been a lot, and that's not even all the topics. Like I said, that's how far I got. And obviously some of it repeated. We spent time, maybe we revisit some topics. But the question is Maluma really just the early cultivar? Back in the day, we started with Maluma, and you know, the demand in the market from supermarkets all the way through is we need early and late varieties, because everyone wants to be 12 months of the year. And even today, 14 years later, 16 years later, it's still a thing where when you speak to anyone within the value chain, the first thing they ask you about a new cultivar is it early? Is it late? It's almost as if there's no opportunity if it's not early and late. So obviously the push was to have something early. But what these graphs show you is actually this year's moisture levels on our own farms. And what I just want to try and point out to you is this is a new block, and this is to established older blocks. And when you look at that, you'll see by week 10, the mature blocks aren't even testing ready yet, whereas by week 6, if I'm correct, sorry, I just want to try and get in front of the board. By week 5 already, the young blocks were testing right. So that's how much earlier the early blocks was, and that's perhaps where we made the mistake to initially say it is an early cultivar. But we've grown beyond it, and I think the opportunities come with it. I just want to show this graph as well. The red line being Maluma, and it was quite interesting when I looked at this. You'll see during the presentation, I refer back, I took screenshots of old presentations just to do a recap. And you'll notice for how long the red line of the Maluma moisture content is actually above the hash. So you know, theoretically, if you look at it, it's not really early. So the question is, why is it earlier? You know, why is there then opportunity for Maluma? How much, you know, how much can we do with a cultivar that just competes head on with Hass? So when I decided on the program and the theme for this year, I said, well, 10 reasons because it's 10 years. And I have to say, at some point, I was really wondering whether I'll get to 10 points. But luckily enough, I started looking back at the presentations and everything. Orchard coal damage, you've all seen these slides. The effect of it, we stated there in red back in 2015 that you have costs as high as 3 million rand just in terms of orchard frost damage. For any size business, that's a big loss. Then I went on and I realized I couldn't make a slide of every single thing on which Maluma outperformed other cultivars, or where we believe the opportunities of differentiation on the farm is. So high densities, count spread, precocity, some of these topics will be touched today. Harvesting rates, cold tolerance in the orchards, non-alternate bearing, commercially valuable yield, I think Simon will touch on that, heat tolerance, stress resilience, less vigorous growth, natural selectic angle, so the opportunities with that, for example, flowering potential, branch differentiation, labor efficiencies, trellis suitability. Reducing risks, labor costs come down, climatic conditions, it handles climatic variances a lot better. Production uncertainty, it doesn't have the big alternate bearing. Lower temperature shipping regimes, improved pricing, commercially valuable yield again. And I just want to mention, you know, I just took a few screenshots of the times when it was presented. Commercially valuable yield again, not going to spend time on that as Simon will. Ripening, this work was done by Frans Creer about the ripening comparison between Maluma and Hass. And I think today consumers are getting more and more aware of food wastage. So when you have a product that you can send through a ripener with 2 or 5% wastage, when other cultivars are easily double that, it's a huge privilege. Then seed to flesh ratio, post-slice lifespan, shelf life, all things that are really, really important to the consumer. It's difficult to spend time on this today. You will see some of it in Donovan's video as well, but all really good differentiating factors in the market. There's a list of about 12 differentiating factors for the consumer, of which we only use about 4. Marketing efficiencies. You'll see the orange line there where at AfriPro we've been pulling the Maluma later and later. We've had 1 year where we've harvested Maluma until week 29 just within the Tzaneen region. And throughout that period we had competitive prices and most of the time it outperformed Hass. So it's a really, there's no reason to say that Maluma cannot compete head on with Hass. Then also additionally from a consumer perspective to the first 3 that I mentioned, and probably the most important in South Africa is it is the only South African cultivar that has been born and bred here and that is commercial under a brand. Trends that we saw, so just in terms of production, 2019 being a bit of an off year as you all know, and the growth that we're seeing and that we're forecasting with Maluma on the current growth rate. So the forecast at the moment is that at least by 2023 with new plantings, about 900,000 export cartons, just short of that. So massive growth. You'll see here 2012, so basically 2 years after the first Maluma Symposium, Maluma represented about 2% of the market. Now it seems crazy to think it only grew with 2% and it's on 4%, but you have to realize production in South Africa increased at a crazy rate during that time as well. And the interesting factor there is when you look at Hass came down with 2%, and Fiorti came down with about, 6%. So when you look at those figures, it becomes quite interesting that Maluma went up in this time. If I remember correctly, it's Maluma and Pinkerton that I think took market share away from the other cultivars. I just put this in. It's a bit of AfriPro figures. I checked that Simon fortunately didn't put it in, so it's not a duplication. But I don't want to spend too much time on it. The Maluma line being the the blue line that's growing there. Only 2 cultivars growing in production over that period was Lamas and Maluma. Both Hass and Fieti came down, and it says a lot about the success of Maluma at AfriPro. Currently, Maluma grows at 127% within AfriPro, which is a massive growth. So where is Maluma on the life cycle in terms of production? So when I speak of life cycle, I speak trees. I think probably 6 years ago I said, well, we're in the growth rate, and carefully looking at which point do we reach that maturity phase, which I don't really want to reach, because I believe it should be a very popular cultivar. And I think the nice thing is that, yes, you'll see it's the question mark products that end up in this section, but I think although we're still in a growth rate, the question marks are getting less and less. And hopefully within that transition point between growth and maturity, we'll just have another growth spurt going. But I have no doubt that it will continue to grow. So from my side, thank you very much. Enjoy your 10th Maluma Symposium. I think it's very important for me to thank all the sponsors that are involved. I already thanked the school. During the day, I'll do a bit more of my duties and thank people as we go along. But I think, it's crucial to realize that this day would not be possible without each and every one of you, without the contributions that you make over time, without you spending time here. We all get more busy, we have less time to attend these days, yet this day is popular. And I think it's thanks to you that actually motivate us and keep this passion going and have the fire inside us. So thank you very much for that. Have a nice day. So the next speaker is Simon Tattersall from AfriPro. And I think I also on the program revisited what we did back in the day, and I saw Vitsa sitting in the back there. And we always, especially the first 3 years, we had this thing going where, Brahma or Vitsa would spend time on what the opportunities are within marketing. We'd look at research, and we almost lost that trend a bit. And I thought, maybe for the 10 year, let's have a recap on how it is performing in the industry. So Simon, thank you.
Right, good morning ladies and gentlemen, my name is Simon. Thank you very much, Sander. I'm from AfriPro. I think before I start, I think the most critical thing that I'm going to say to you now, and I'm going to use it in my conclusion, is that you need to make the mental shift or get your head around the fact that if you're a packer, marketer, ripener, whatever it is in the value chain, you need to make the shift that you cannot treat Maluma as you do other cultivars. You can't employ similar cultivars or similar regimes, whether you're a major Hass grower. You can't take those protocols and apply to Maluma and expect to be successful. All right, sounds like a small thing, but if you are ruthless in that endeavor, I promise you, you will have favorable results. Right. Value proposition of Maluma. I think we first need to just determine some key factors which, as a marketer, I feel are relevant. All right. I've mentioned all of that. All right. The first is logistics and the cold chain and the quality surrounding that. Now, whenever I travel or we go see new emerging growers, the first thing that they say to us is, what is your cultivar specification, or what do you recommend? And we start discussing Maluma, and then the topic comes up, but how does Maluma travel? What about the logistics? Have the issues been sorted out? If you apply the protocols, you don't cut corners, you will have superb arrivals. Plain and simple. You apply the recipe, you will be successful. All right. I'm going to give you a couple of examples of what I'm saying. The first, I don't know if you can see from here, but the first was the 8th of May, and that was the Santa Rosa. We had a 9-day wind delay. All right? We were notified relatively early about the delay, and we then applied a counter temperature regime. All right? The end result, as you can see over there, was good. I'm going to go into the quality reports just so that we can unpack it a bit more. All right. Now, it was a bit more than just applying a new temperature regime. What we actually do is we go back and we analyze that shipment or that container. We have a look at the dry matter results. We have a look, obviously during May, you want to see what the maturity of that fruit is. What was the storage time at the pack house? How long was it in transit to? How long did it stay at cold storage? All those factors play a huge role in then applying the remedial temperature regime. The second one, that first one that I mentioned over here, this one over here, 30 days from packing to when it arrived at its arrival, to its destination. The second one, 22nd of May, the Santa Ursula, a wind delay. We had of 7 days. A lot of the marketers here, you may be familiar or you may recall all these delays that we had due to wind. This one as well was also 30 days in transit from pack house to when it arrived. There, obviously, you can see the QC score, but we're going to go into a bit more detail there now. All right, again, the same also on the Santa Ursula, same vessel, different container, different client, sound arrival. And then my personal favorite over here, this was a Dal Kalahari. We had a temperature setting of 2 degrees. Okay, we never set that. That was a mistake made by the shippers. We obviously placed them and noticed. We told our clients, expected the worst. Acceptable. This is the first one. This is from one of our clients. That's obviously EX. This is a QC report for that first one of the Santa Rosa. No marks, no issues. I don't even think the packing or the palletizing was an issue. The next one, Hardier here. A lot of the marketers over here will be familiar with Hardier here. Again, a green color, 2 or 3, indicating a very good quality score. Same vessel as well, another quality score of 3. Yeah, nothing found during inspection. All right. Attached to the whole quality aspect is your ripening. 2017 in Berlin with our biggest client. A lot of you may recall that 2017 was a very low year. And he said to me, he said, Simon, this is not good enough. We need more Hass. And we said to him, Sven, we don't have any more Hass. Could we assist you with a bit of Maluma? Simon, it's a dark skin. These people treat everything like Hass. We'll accept it as a Hass. Please send it through. Come 2018, 2019. Simon, we want Maluma. Okay, Sven, okay, but now you're distinguishing. Can we just send Hass or Maluma? Simon, we want Maluma. The reason for that is the ripening and the post-storage ripening results of Maluma. Your shelf life is exceptional post-ripening. That is a huge critical factor for the retailers. For you as a farmer, yes, your return on investment, your back on farm price is the most important, but long term, this is so critical. I took this slide, this was from the World Avo Congress. I'll just refer it was Dr. Andre Ernst's slide. Maluma has an exceptional post-harvest storage of ready-to-eat. That refers to the pressure over here. Triggered 3.9, Maluma fruit has been confirmed. If the prescribed Maluma post-harvest protocols are followed to the letter, the sell-by date and ready-to-eat, there again, the pressure fruit could be exceeded by up to 35 days without pulp or skin deterioration. As a retailer, you'll be smiling at this. You'll love this. Hugely influential on the retail market. At a storage temperature of 4 to 6, now obviously this is just the varying temperatures, deterioration commences around 40 days past the sell-by date of ready-to-eat fruit with an insignificant incidence of grey pulp. A post-ripening storage temperature of below 1 degrees affects the storage life and quality of Maluma fruit. However, 30 days past the sell-by date is achievable with ready-to-eat Maluma. At this stage, I don't think any retailer is storing Avo's 30 days past its sell-by date, but look at the potential. All right, Zander touched on it earlier, and this is the second key important factor for me, and that is the commercially valuable yield. All right, first, for you as a marketer, you need to define what that is for you. All right, to define commercially valuable yield, a marketer will first need to determine the commercially valuable fruit size, for which count or count grouping is there the most demand. So if you are a marketer and you've got a niche market for count 26 to 28, that is your commercially valuable yield. Essentially, commercially valuable yield refers to the portion of your crop based on fruit size that generates the highest demand and results in the most financial return, represented as back on farm price. To start my analogy, I thought from an AfriPro perspective, I'll show you the European client demand per count. This is so critical, particularly for the marketers and even the packers out there. Look at this. Count 16 to 18 represents 50% of the count spec demanded by AfriPro. 50% between two counts. All right? This is a very focused parameter. All right? The highest demand that we get from overseas is for these two. So in essence, when I go and I search for farmers, I should be saying to them, this is all I want you to farm. But obviously, like what Dr. Andre says, obviously we're not bottling Coca-Cola. It doesn't always work like that. But here is the balance of that count spread. Count 10, 5%, it increases, and then it gradually decreases. This is critical for later on in my presentation, so please just keep this a reference. All right, so here's a pack out. 2017, here's your count, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, all the way up to 28. 217, 218, 219. All right, and this is class 1, obviously just to point that out. 1% of my class 1 pack out in 217 was a count 10. 15%, 12, 20%, 14, and look how we increase and then slowly, gradually start decreasing. 218, 219, obviously we had a larger count spread of count 26 and 28. But here, this is where we're peaking. Now I take our other dark skins, okay, 10s as well, 12s, 1% we started, 14, 16, Maluma still a lot higher than our other dark skins, which was a combination of Lamb Hass and Hass, all right? And then we start getting comparable from 18, 20, 22. All right, so this was our pack outs for these years over here. All right, now this is where it gets interesting. In 2017, my pack out for Maluma was 67% across 12s to 24s. 67%. 218, 64, 219, 64. CVY, commercially valuable yield. Of the 67%, 91% was in that count range. All right, this is startling. You need to understand what I'm saying here, please. If you don't understand what I'm saying, just stop me. But of that 67% class 1 pack out, 91% was in the highest demanded fruit by our retailers locally and overseas. 91. 218, 94, 219, 95%. So of the class 1s that I'm producing or that our growers are producing in Maluma, 95% of that is in the demanded count spec. All right, now it gets even better. You go take your other dark skins. More or less similar pack outs. 218, we had a lower pack out on our Hass and Lamb Hass, 56, there's quite a difference there. But 217, 219, relatively similar. But look at the commercial valuable yield. 78% compared to 91. Startling. So if you are a farmer and you are farming lamb ass and Hass, only 78% of your class 1s are in this demand. Effectively, you're not going to get the maximum price that you would have if you had been farming Maluma. 218, 78%, 219, 81. So there's no eight skitter or anomaly here. Okay, it's all relatively similar. 91, 94, 95, 78, 78, 81. In essence, what we're saying here is that the difference between these two is that you're not going to get the same demand or the same price that you would have if you were growing with Maluma. Far higher. There's a massive variance there. All right. The next slide I want to show you, this is the back on farm per kilo for 217 to 219. And this again just illustrates the count range for which I'm getting the best prices. Over here again you can see the 16s, 18s doing the best. For 218 very similar. For 219 also quite similar, although I see the 20s were the flavor of the year over here. But as you can see, this is just indicating what I've just shown you, where the demand is per count. All right, Maluma versus Hass, back on farm per kilo. Just to touch on what Zanda was talking about, that is Maluma an early cultivar? Well, the first couple of weeks here it lends to that statement. Yes, Maluma did achieve brilliant back on farm prices over here. But let's go a little bit further. Look at this comparison. Both dark skins, Maluma versus Hass. Look at the discrepancy between the pricing. All right? A lot of you can turn around and say, Simon, yeah, you're a good marketer of Maluma, but perhaps you're a poor marketer of Hass. But your reasoning is wrong. If you farm or if you market counts from 12 to 24, and this is your demand, that's the cultivar you should be using. If you farm and you've got a smaller account size or a niche market, there's nothing wrong with that. Then the statement is totally irrelevant for you. Then stick to what you're doing, 100%. All right, so already from the commercial valuable yield, you have an increase in the volume of fruit in a certain count size. I've illustrated that, I've showed that to you. And I've shown that to you on historical data over 3 years. All right? This will automatically result in larger returns purely on volume because essentially it's due to the genetics or the physiology of the tree. That's all. 13, 14, 11% increase because of the cultivar that you're using. All right. Next graph. All right, this goes back to, is Maluma an early cultivar? Don't get confused. The fact that Maluma comes into maturity earlier than other cultivars doesn't mean that it's not sustainable in terms of financial return. You need to separate the two. Yes, it comes in earlier, but it doesn't mean that it's not sustainable later on in the season. And this proves it. This is 2019. You'll actually have a look here, week 13, relatively low compared to what we did in these weeks. There it is. A lot of the marketers out there are going to say, yeah, this was 219, everything did well. Fine. Let's look at 217. Same scenario. This actually lends to the fact that perhaps Maluma is not just an early cultivar. It's extremely sustainable long term. There's one other thing I just wanted to go through with you. There's this misnomer that Maluma is a commercial valuable for early marketing. It's incorrect. I've shown you that it is still extremely substantial later on in the season. one could actually argue based on natural count spread, it's better to market the cultivar later in the season. Don't be misled by fruit that comes into maturity earlier in the season. I've spoken about that, I've mentioned that. Perhaps a little disclaimer, all the stats and graphs that I've taken here pertain to AfriPro. Different marketers will have different stats and different figures, but I think this will give you a very factual overview of what the commercial valuable proposition is for Maluma. All right, so in conclusion, the three characteristics for me, for myself as a marketer, which make up the value proposition, all right, is obviously quality resulting from logistics, cold chain, and ripening. Critical. For the academics and the purists out there, that's probably the most important fact. Second, the commercially valuable yield relevant to my consumer base. All right, for me as a marketer, that's probably the most important. As a farmer, that's probably the secondary item. And finally, obviously, the price I achieve for my grower base, which for the grower is probably going to be the number one key factor. If there's one thing you take away from my presentation today, and I mentioned in the beginning, change your approach to Maluma. Don't apply protocols similar to other fruit or similar to other cultivars and expect that if you apply that to Maluma, you're going to be successful. You will not. Don't cut corners. Be ruthless in your approach, and if it's worth doing, do it correctly. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Simon. Those of you that know Simon knows he loves the stage, and I think you realize that today. But he has a saying, usually if someone don't behave in the crowd, he says, sorry, this is not about you. So Simon, I just want to ask you to hang around, because this one is about you. So we just want to present something to you, and my dad will take it from here. Thank you.
Thanks, Ander. Simon, yeah, it's a great honor for me to present you with our pioneering trophy for the pioneering work. For the pioneering work AfriPro did over the years. And I'm so glad that I can't see him now. Yeah, they can see him. Wits is here, and Bram, I think Bram was here. Bram is also here. And they were part of this team. And that after 10 years, that we can present AfriPro, which include those two, and obviously with your guidance and how we've taken Maluma and the marketing of Maluma to that higher level as presented here. And therefore, I would like to present you with this trophy, and thanks a lot. And I know we're going to walk extra miles in the years to come. Thank you very much. Right, Zander asked me to stay behind and to call the next speaker, Nina. Mutta, we are very, very, very privileged to have Nina with us. Nina is from Australia, University of Queensland. She's among the researchers, well known for the work that's done at the Mitte laboratory. And Nina, I must just your talk now. Bear with me. Just I can't read there; it's too far. Nina's talk will be on innovation avocado, and done at the Mitte laboratory. I love that name, Nina. Our friendship goes back years, and I know every year she tried to be here. And there's a man sitting there by the name of Graham Anderson, who's a great friend of mine, that he's here every year. And I know, Graham, you've been behind her and behind me, actually, putting all the pressure on her to get her here. You will enjoy the talk. Thanks, Nina. And again, welcome, and thank you for coming through.
Oh, thank you very much. It's indeed a privilege and pleasure to be here. It's been fantastic last 2 days, which included spotting 11 hippos and squealing like a schoolgirl on seeing them. And I'm sure the next 2 days are going to be even more exciting. So thank you very much, Xander and Andre and all the Maluma Symposium team. I'm really pleased to get this opportunity and share our work with you all. As Andre said, Mitta Lab, which is Nina Mitta's lab, innovating avocado. Our team really loves avocados, and we also love challenges. And really the two words go together. Every time we solve something with avocado, it throws another challenge at us. It's a never-ending thing, but it keeps life definitely interesting. For me personally, I had never tasted an avocado in my life till I reached Australia in the year 2000. And I absolutely love avocados. And my husband, who is sitting in the audience, is a little bit pleased because my love affairs are limited to avocado at present. So today, as I said, I'm going to give you a little bit of glimpse on what all we do with avocados, from propagation to protecting it from Phytophthora, to understanding the genome and the genetics of it, to also looking at, what are the principles or mechanisms involved behind rooting. One of my postdocs really has a quote. Every time she gives a talk, she says, "Oh, our lab is doing work on dear avocado, why won't you root?" So these are the kind of things. So I'll give you a little bit of flavor and glimpse. I'm sure I can talk for 20 minutes on each topic, but I'll try to limit just to keep it going. So yes, avocado, world's trendiest food, the most pinned fruit on Pinterest, no cash or avocados kept on premises. We all go through those phases. But if you look at it, it's not the world's trendiest genome. We do not have a fully annotated, fully sequenced avocado genome. It's even beaten by Brussels sprouts, so that's not nice. We really do need to fix this thing. You can see the symbol 0 in front of genomes. I don't think so it's true now. We do have, I can change it to 0.5 or 0.7. So last year we did publish sort of a draft avocado has genome, and this work was done with the lab in Mexico. It was led by Luis, but this particular work actually looks at more evolutionary relationships between Dromaeophila and Persea americana. We do have a draft genome, but it is not fully annotated. When I say fully annotated means where we know each and every gene, what is its function. What is it doing for avocado? What is it doing to avocado shelf life, or its flowering, or its maturity, or its resistance to Phytophthora? So in our lab now, we are running a big tree genomics project where we are not only looking at avocado, but mango, macadamia, almonds, and citrus. And my team is specifically involved with the avocado genome. So in the next 6 months, we will complete the fully sequenced has genome. We will annotate or functionalize it with the help of other academics in the global fraternity, including Iñaki in Spain and Mary Lou and others. And our aim is that we will make it publicly available to the entire avocado community. So it won't be just limited to our lab. Not only that, recently what we have done is we have sequenced more than 40 avocado cultivar scions and rootstocks, which includes Maluma, which includes Gem, Carmen Haas, Ashdod, Dusa, the things that we have been hearing about. Now this has been done for whatever was available to us in Australia in terms of plant material. Just last week, we have got the sequences back, and we are now looking at analyzing them. For Maluma, we have already done a quality check. We have got wonderful sequence available, 99.9% quality check, and we are now looking at mapping it with Has, and then finding, why is Maluma different? So that would be the answers that we would be looking at from this work. And the aim of this particular project is that can we develop a unique genetic tag for each cultivar? Can we then have an assay to say, yes, when a grower has a Maluma or any other rootstock or scion that we should be able to identify. So at present, as I said, it's limited to about 40 germplasm material that we had. We are talking with Mary Lou. I think in the next couple of weeks, she's going to send us 12 more that she would like to get sequenced. And my offer is open to all. If anyone wants to add to that list, please let me know and we can work something out to include that in the second runs of sequencing. And once again, we'll make this data publicly available to everyone. Coming to a little bit of, please do bear with me if I go a little bit sciencey, and I'll try to keep it as simple as possible because I love simplicity as well. So I'm going to talk about a little bit about microRNAs in avocado. Now, what are microRNAs? At least we all know, we watch enough CSI Miami and everything, we know we all have DNA. And this DNA actually is the repository of all information. But it cannot do something on its own. What it does is it changes or transcribes into what is called RNA or ribonucleic acid. So that is the messenger to express the sequence or information in the DNA. And that RNA then forms a protein. And this is how things function. What these microRNAs are, they are very tiny. They are just 21 base pair long. And what they can do is they do not allow the formation of from RNA to protein. This doesn't happen. And these are really master regulators. It has been now established that microRNAs govern when the plant is going to flower, whether it is juvenile or is it mature, whether it's going to form roots, what the flavor is going to be, what the color is going to be. These are the key players behind all that. So what we are looking at is microRNA that are involved in adventitious rooting, and that's MIR160. And we are also looking at which microRNAs are involved in telling the tree, look, you have to grow up now, enough of teenager and childhood, you have to grow up and give us some fruits. So in terms of the ones which are involved in clonal propagation and AR, we looked at MIR160, and I'm sure everyone here will be familiar with this figure and the protocol being developed. So what we were looking at is that where does MIR160 fits into this one? What we have found is that in this grafting system in the nursery, which involves etiolation, at day 3, when the plants come out of etiolation on day 3, there is a spike in this good microRNA or MIR160. And that happens only when you have given this auxin treatment. Not only that, by day 7, this difference is gone. So we feel that this day 3 to day 7 window is very critical when the plants come out of etiolation and in getting that rooting signal to happen to strike roots. So what does this information mean? And as I said earlier, I'm just presenting a very, very short glimpse. It's like an entire PhD thesis just on this. But what we are trying to do is, can we now use this information? Can we artificially apply this MIR160 to improve rooting efficiency, even in the clonal propagation system used by the nurseries? And also, of course, improving our understanding of the system. The next thing we are looking at is microRNAs involved in juvenility and phase change, and we are looking at in avocado, macadamia, and mango. We have published this work. I'm happy to share those with you who are interested. But what this basically means is we are looking at two, MIR156 and MIR172. MIR156 actually governs juvenility. So it's very high when the plant is young, and then it keeps on decreasing. Whereas MIR172, it's very low when the plant is young, but it keeps on increasing. And we wanted to test whether this happens in avocado as well or not. And yes, that's the case. So we took samples from 1 month to 10-year-old trees. As you can see here, MIR156 goes on decreasing, and MIR172 goes on increasing. And it's at about 1.5 year to 2 year mark that it reaches the level of maturity that MIR172 is already there. Next thing we wanted to look at does this, we all hear about clonal rootstocks and seedling rootstocks. Does any scion rootstock combination, do these microRNA have a role to play, and does the rootstock send a signal to the scion as well if we are using a clonal rootstock? So what we have looked at is, again, yes, it's there. Like in a clonal rootstock, as you will see, the 156, which is the juvenility one, is very low, whereas 172, which is a marker for maturity, is very high. So yes, the clonal rootstock is already molecularly mature, let's say. It already has that MIR172 as the marker. Next thing we also looked at is whether when we are doing grafting, the presence or absence of leaves can make a difference. Because we believe this signaling happens, this production of microRNA happens in the leaves, and from there the signal goes into the scion. So we did an experiment where we removed all the leaves from one set of the rootstock and grafted the Has on top. In the other thing, we kept the leaves on and then did the grafting. And as you can see, it does make a difference. Where the leaves were removed, the MIR172 was low in the scion, in the budwood scion, whereas where the rootstock had leaves, we had a higher MIR172 expression. Once again, as I said, this is another PhD thesis of another student. He also looked at flowering and other things, and we are slowly getting that data analyzed. We have collected 3 years of data when it flowers, then at that time, what is MIR172 doing when the plant is flowering? And we are doing that work along with Vered, Dr. Vered in Israel as well. But to us, these are some of the key take-home messages. And wishful thinking is, can we, again, as I said, can we spray something like MIR172 to induce flowering? Changing a bit of tactics here, I feel that I am sort of a culprit for making my team work in so many different directions. It's just because maybe my Indian origin, and I always like to add so many spices to my curry, it doesn't work otherwise. So I'm sure they must be frustrated that every time there is a new thing to do. And this is about cryopreservation of avocado. So avocado, germplasm of avocado, as you all know, is present, at present it's only as field repositories. There's field repositories in Mexico. Here you have your own germplasm. We have a limited bit in Australia as well. But think of floods, fires, laurel wilt, pathogens. It's such a big risk that we may lose all that germplasm because it's present only in the field. And we must have lost some wild germplasm in the forests, which might have been so valuable. Avocado, the issue is it cannot be stored as a seed. The seeds are recalcitrant. You cannot store the seeds of avocado to conserve germplasm. So that's what we looked at, that can we do cryopreservation, which is storing something at minus 196 degrees centigrade. So it's really cold, yes. And the challenge is that when and this is what happens in IVF, the embryos and the sperms in human IVF, that's how they are stored at minus 196 degrees centigrade. The challenge for us was, if we store a part of avocado at 196, can we then recover the plant out of it? Like, we just don't want to put it and then it's dead and frozen. So we did look at somatic embryos first, and it worked beautifully well for us. Somatic embryos of avocado, we could preserve them in liquid nitrogen, we could develop plants from it. However, we soon realized, and that's what the knowledge you guys give us, somatic embryos are not true to type. So even if we can store them, they do not represent a true to type germplasm. So for the first time in the world, I'm very proud to say that we have looked, and this is again a PhD student who's working on this, is conserving shoot tips. So what we have done is we can take a cutting, from a mature tree, that shoot tip, bring it into our tissue culture, and then we can actually put it in liquid nitrogen. We can store it, and not only that, we can develop a fully rooted plant once we recover it out from liquid nitrogen. And now these plants are actually gone into the nursery and very soon will be planted in the field to see that, yes, the whole system works. So my wish for, and I'll put it across in various forums now and even in the Avocado Congress, that avocado community should actually really look at establishing a cryobank for avocado germplasm. It won't be a big deal. You need a 20 square meter or a 10 square meter room and few liquid nitrogen tanks, but look at the wealth that you can then store in that so that anytime you need a germplasm, you could recover it from there. Changing tactics again, I'll come a little bit on Phytophthora resistance because we know that that's a burning issue. But before I go into Phytophthora, what we are developing in our lab is RNA-based pesticides. So I talked about RNA with you. This is almost like an RNA vaccine for a plant. It is nature versus nature. So what we do is we take, for instance, let's talk about Phytophthora. We take a sequence from Phytophthora which can actually kill Phytophthora. So that is how this system works. And clay, as I said, this is just a delivery vehicle, a fancy postman that can deliver that RNA. And this particular RNA-based pesticides are non-GM, so there's no genetic modification involved. They don't leave any residue. They are very specific for their pathogen. They will not harm your monarch butterflies or beautiful bees. And they are sustainable and safe, which is so important as I was listening to about the maximum residue limits and the challenges that we face. And this particular work actually was first funded by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for us. And now we have a industry partnership. Actually, recently, we've got Australian Research Council gave us $11 million to develop this concept for fungi, to develop the bioclay for fungi. And as I said, we all are aware of the issues of pesticides, whether it is residue or resistance, and even search of new chemicals. It takes, about $256 million to research a new chemical product, and only 1 in 139,000 makes it to market. So it's not an easy task. So what we have done, the system is working. We really published this work in Nature, and we showed that we can, once we spray this RNA on a plant and we showed it for a virus, we can get protection about 40 days against that virus. It does not get washed off. It's, as I said, it's non-GM and sustainable. And here again, you can see, these are capsicum plants for a capsicum virus. This is a plant that has been sprayed with bioclay. This is unsprayed plant. The best part is no residue. The clay degrades and there's no residue left on the plant at all. And now we are doing it for Phytophthora. So here you can see these are lupin assays that we have recently conducted with Phytophthora. You can see this is control, this is with dsRNA, and this is when we treat it only with zoospores, and you can see the difference that yes, the system seems to be working. Very early days as yet. As I said, this is just with lupins, but we are progressing. We have also tested in pineapple this Phytophthora cinnamomai, and as you can see here, this one has no dsRNA, and this is with the double RNA. So we are seeing some difference, which gives us hope that maybe it can work for Phytophthora cinnamomai as we move forward. We are also not only looking at Phytophthora, at Colitotrichum and anthracnose as well. Once again, we have some significant targets, and as you can see here, this technology of spraying can not only work for plants in the field, but for post-harvest as well. So at the moment, we are looking at anthracnose and developing those bioassays with our partners in Queensland government to see whether this particular thing can really provide protection. And as I said, it is non-GM, and officially Office of the Gene Technology Regulator in Australia has legislated, passed that legislation in November. Took me 2 years, many trips to Canberra to get this through, but yes, it's finally there that this particular technology is regarded as non-GM. I'm also a member of the OECD consortium, European consortium as well, from a representative from Australia, and we are developing the guidelines for developing these RNA-based pesticides. So this is an exciting space to be. last but not the least, so I won't like to finish with our piece de resistance, or whatever we call it, that is avocado propagation. And Jaini, the postdoc in my lab, will tell you a little bit more in detail about it, how we developed this, and where it is at now. But it's a wonderful thing to have gone through. It had all the pains, but now it's giving beautiful results. It's been 6 years that we have been working on this protocols, and we are very pleased to say that it has gone from the lab to the nursery, as you can see. Jaini and Graham looking very happy there. And not only that, it has gone from nursery to field. And I would really like to show here, these are the roots of the plants that were just getting planted in for the field trial. So these are our tissue cultured plants, which has been grafted with the Has Scion and Maluma as well in 2 trials. And Jaini will give you the details of the Maluma trials as well, which are happening in Lakeland and Tully. And then, as I said, it has gone to the field as well, and I'll leave more details to Jaini, but it has given us beautiful, very many happy moments. We have even harvested fruits from some of our tissue culture plants, and that's really a joyful thing for us. So yeah, it's the incredible team which is behind all this. It's me, maybe I'm just the spokesperson, and they are the good people who do all the brilliant work. So really grateful to my team. And yes, Biodanke. Thank you.
Nina, thank you very much. I think she kept the promise. What a good speaker. Thank you very much. Very interesting as always. And thank you. Thank you, Nina. Right, now the next speaker, Jaini. I'm not going to try to pronounce your surname. You people could read it. Jaini is also from the University of Queensland. And I think I can announce it here. She graduated last year. She's now a doctor.
Yeah.
And been inspired by nobody else than actually 2 people sitting here. The one is Nina, obviously, and Graham Anderson. I saw your pictures. Congratulations, eh?
Thank you.
From all of us, welcome also for coming through. Before I give her the stage, I just need to mention to you that we do share something. Now, some of those that know me is going to get a surprise. My father was born in Bangalore, India, and our family came from Sri Lanka, which we refer to actually as Ceylon, in 1927. So she knows it, they know it, and we share something, and maybe there's good genes, I don't know. Welcome. Yes, maybe I should just introduce your talk, and sorry, again. You could read it there. A talk will be on the benefit of tissue culture technology to the global avocado industry, with special reference to Maluma. You've picked up just now that Nina actually mentioned that Maluma was sneaked in somewhere there.
Yes.
We're looking forward.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you. I'll use this one. All right. So before I knew the connections between Andreans and sharing with the land and all that, I was actually very fascinated by all his publications in 2015 when I started my PhD. I was reading, and then now to come here and present, it's a really big privilege. I'm really honored to be actually be here and speaking in front of you. Thank you so much. So yeah, I'll be sharing with you some of our interesting avocado work that has been done over the last 6.5 years, another 6 months, I will say, Nina. So we have a really big team, about 3 postdocs, and then we have a lot of people working on this project. for the last 6.5 years. So we all know that avocados are like the new trend, and we millennials will keep on eating avocados on our toast. We forget about buying houses now. Just eat avocados, that's fine. And we know that the intensive orchard practices are coming up because we need more and more avocado production. The conventional 400 plants per hectare is moving forward with 800 plants per hectare, and I see some figures 1,000 and 200 plants per hectare now. So sourcing avocado plants for many growers, it's a big challenge in front of us, and sometimes the growers have to wait a long time. So we know that, I think most of you know, we have seedling rootstocks and clonal rootstocks, both equally, I think, used around the world. Seedling rootstocks are still a majority of our plantings. But whatever the rootstock we use, we still dependent on seeds. For seedling rootstocks, a seed itself, and then for clonal rootstocks as seedlings. So we need to maintain a lot of orchards to acquire these seeds, and it is resource intensive. Whatever we do, we spend a lot of money on producing our avocado trees. This is something which is really concerning me as well, the waste of our very valuable avocado fruit. This was taken actually last year at Anderson's Horticulture. I just spotted this place and I was really sorry to see a lot of valuable fruit wasted like this, about a ton of fruit he was telling me that day. So we thought, actually Nina's thought in 2014, if I'm correct, about changing how can we use a different technique to multiply these rootstocks. So totipotency, it's called the total potential of a cell. So every single one of us, and even plants, animals, we are made out of cells, and every single cell has this something called total potential. It's amazing that one cell, individual cell, can actually grow into one individual. So every single cell have this potential technically. So that is what is used in tissue culture. And it's a really beautiful tool to produce true-to-type plants if you do it correct. You use a lot of nutrient conditions, light conditions, and then incubation conditions, maybe the type of vessels and all that, and we actually give beautiful conditions and nurture them, these little pieces of tissues in these vessels in a nice gel agar medium, and ask them to produce a lot of plants from it. So every single tiny piece of tissue can give you lots of plants. As I said, if you use this technology, we don't need seeds. We just need a little cutting from a plant that you want to propagate, and we can propagate disease-free plants, because when we take a cutting from a plant, we sterilize it and remove all the bacteria and fungi on it. Always, this type of a technology is really suitable as an industrial application. So most of the, not most, actually all the bananas that we eat come from tissue culture plants. All the strawberries, initial stages are produced by tissue culture, and there are many, I can tell you, that are propagated through this technology, doing it really nicely. The other important thing is these are very easy to export because they are clean, so it can actually pass the boundaries pretty well. So Nina's objective in 2014, and now my objective, develop a tissue culture-based propagation system for avocado. And there were many, basically 4 key considerations we had when we think of a tissue culture system for avocado. We need to propagate mature material. I hope you all understand why mature, because we want a selected, nice, light cultivar to be propagated through this mechanism. And then we need higher multiplication rate. It has to be beneficial economically and produce high quality plants, especially disease and pest free. And it has to be a very practical procedure which can actually translate as a commercial practice. So these are basically 3 techniques that are available, but nodal culture, okay. All right. So nodal culture or meristem culture, they are the 2 different, most widely used 2 different methods, but these are the two methods that are actually that can actually give you true to type plants. Regeneration through callus is not, highly used for true to type plant production because it is prone to somoclonal variation. So, have anybody looked at avocado tissue culture? Is it our idea first? People for 5 decades have been trying to do this. They have done so much of research, but there are many problems with avocado. It has been a very highly recalcitrant woody plant. Woody plants are very recalcitrant, but avocado is the next level. It's very low multiplication. There are many problems. All of a sudden, the shoots start dying, and rooting, it's a nightmare, I will tell you. And low acclimatization rates are reported, and most of the protocols that are even available with very low multiplication rates, they are not industrially viable because they have a lot of different media types and water media, then solid media. It's not really viable in industrial scale. So it was a really, really big challenge. Numerous optimizations to be done. We need to find out what nutrients go in there. To tell you, sometimes some media contains about 25 nutrients. So basal nutrients, hormones, additives, and different types of vessel even, is important for avocado incubation conditions. So nodal culture, very briefly, it is a technique where you take a cutting and then you clean it. We call it sterilization. Once we sterilize it, we cut it into nodal sections and give a specific media to regenerate that little bud there. So once a bud is grown to a shoot, we cut it into nodal sections, and we can actually increase the number of nodal sections until we get a substantial amount of shoots. Once you have this number of shoots, you can then put it into rooting. So we took that pathway. This is the most commonly used and most reported pathway of producing plants, and we were very successful with it. But the problem is, see, you get only 10 plants within 12 months if you start from one shoot bud. So multiplication-wise, this is not really promising. So as Sangha said today, so we took the hard, through the forest. We thought, okay, let's go through the forest, because meristem culture is the most difficult technique with woody plants. It's proven to be really, really difficult, especially with avocado. So the first publication came out in 1982. There they said that, no, avocado meristem culture is impossible. So it is a technique where, again, we get a little clean bud there, but then you take that bud and we excise a tiny piece of little tissue, which is about 1 to 0.1 millimeter in size. And it changes depending on the type of rootstock. So then we send it to the induction medium, then multiplication starts producing tiny little buds like a clump. And once this multiplication stage is passed, we can actually produce larger number of little cultures, and we put it in shoot elongation media. Again, different nutrients, different culture conditions. Then these tiny buds will start growing like actual beautiful shoot. So these beautiful shoots, we separate it from the mother clump, and then we can separately root. So again, highlighting every single stage, you'll have a different media. And I'll give you another shock there. For every different avocado rootstock, this media is different for every single stage. So it is a very, I'll say a beast, an avocado. So this is the system that we have actually developed for rootstock read. So this is the one which came out from our pipeline first, and it was about 2.5 years worth of work here. So meristem induction, multiplication, then the shoot elongation. We get the single shoots, we root them, acclimatize them, and that less than 1 year plant in our glass house started flowering, showing that they are really mature plants, and we transfer them to the nursery. Another rootstock, Velvic. So again, the same sort of procedure, but Velvic was a bit of a hard nut to crack. We had to introduce a new in vitro hardening sort of a stage there for them to prepare for rooting. And we get beautiful rooted plants there. And we are working with other rootstocks as well, like Dusa, Kid, Zutano. Also, we do a little bit of Cheyenne work with Has and Maluma as well for some in vitro micrografting purposes. But because of the time limitation, I didn't put too much in it. So this, don't worry about all these numbers. The purple lines are the multiplication stages I was talking about. So we normally restrict the multiplication stages up to 7 cycles, and each cycle is 4 weeks. And these multiplication clumps are then transferred to shoot elongation. And I looked at what stage can we get large number of plants and what is the quality of these plants. And we found that when we get to the F7 and S5, we get large number of plants. And look at the number of multiplication. We are starting from one single bud, and we will end up with 875 plants there. So this is for reed, and this numbers change for every cultivar or every rootstock. And this work now has reached the nursery, so we get beautifully acclimatized plants over there, and then we put it in 4-liter bags, and we send it to Anderson's nursery, our industry, one of our long-lasting industry partners for many years. I think with Nina, about 8 years now. And we started our preliminary field trials. These were all small field trials conducted at Anderson's Horticulture, and we started them in 2017 as a part of my PhD. The purpose of this trial, this included actually 3 trials. First of all, we wanted to look at what ungrafted tissue culture plant look like, and do they have a difference to the normal clonal plants. So we included clonally propagated plants, seedling plants, to compare with our tissue culture plants for 2 rootstocks. So again, the second trial was actually again composed of different rootstocks, but they were all grafted. We wanted to compare clonal rootstocks, seedling rootstocks, and our tissue culture rootstocks. So we conducted this to prepare ourselves for large-scale field trials. So you can see the 2-year-old plants of that is reed, and Velvic we planted actually 8 months ago now, and they all had really beautiful root systems, really beautiful white roots. And this was our second year harvesting. We had a lot of fun, truckload of fruit. You can see that the second year fruits of ungrafted Velvic tree, it was really, really a large amount of fruits. We had quite a lot of fruit up there. You see the Velvic plants. Down here it's the Has grafted with Velvic, and that is Graham, myself, and there was Maddie with us as well for this. Had a lot of fun picking a lot of fruit. So we have started now with all that information that we gathered, large field trials. These are all managed in commercial orchards. We have 5 field trials happening at Lakeland, 2 trials at Lakeland. One is with trellising, the other one is conventional growing, and one in Childers, Pemberton and Basselton. They are Western Australian sites. This is Dr. Maddie Gleason. She is the one who conducts all this, and she travels to all these sites, all 5 sites, every 3 months, put a lot of effort, sometimes measuring everything all by herself. So we have 43 to 50 plants for one particular, say, if it is tissue culture plants, 43, and with the controls, it's over 100 plants per site. It's a lot of effort there. So this is all the details about what is there in our field trials. So Childers, we started in April 2018, and in all our field trials, we use grafted plants. So Has grafted with tissue culture reed plants, and we compare them with seedling reed plants as well as A10 rootstocks. So 43 plants there. And then Basselton and Pemberton, those are the other 2 sites we have Has on reed plants. Again, on these 2 sites, we have included a limited amount of clonal rootstocks as well. You know how difficult it is to produce clonal plants, and we have to travel to Graham Anderson to do all this work. And we had limited success on getting those plants ready. We did it all Maddie did all this by herself. And we have also included some micrografted plants in these trials as well. So with respect to Maluma, we have 2 sites actually. Maluma is really popular, so people want to know about Maluma. So Lakeland and 2 sites in Lakeland, we have Maluma plants with tissue culture rootstocks compared to Maluma seedlings. And very interestingly, we have some very nice site with trellising and shade netting. It's another level of learning curve for Australia, I think, Maluma on trellising. So Childers, so far that's the site. So we conduct all these experiments according to statistically designed plots. So we have, they are all randomized block designs. All 5 sites are randomized block designs. So far, it's very early stages. At about 18 months, girth and height measurements, we don't see a difference between these with the controls and our tissue culture plants. In Busselton, this is Western Australian site. Again, very nice data. I would like to draw your attention to meristem plants. They all are flowering nicely. So in the first year itself, we have flowering plants. Pemberton, again Western Australia. We don't see much of a difference there, again with the girth and the height of the plants. Maluma on trellising at Lakeland, and they are all under shade netting as well. Again, we don't see a big difference at this early stage, and it's about 1.5 years old by next month. This is a conventional growth practice in Lakeland. Very nicely growing plants, about 1.5 years. They're all nicely flowering. They are all actually all 5 sites. When we look at the temperature and the weather patterns, they are grown in all different. They are all different conditions. So we see that our tissue culture plants are growing really nice and beautifully under these conditions. So at Coffee Mittalab, so this is what we have developed so far in the tissue culture pipeline. We have developed the world's first avocado tissue culture technology. We can produce 500 plants from one single shoot tip, and the commercial license are negotiated. We have a huge production capacity, so this is definitely a very viable system. About 500,000 plants in a 500 square meter area, and we don't need any seeds. We can produce disease-free plants year-round. And so for those, I know that everyone is really interested knowing about how this tissue culture system works, how the plants are doing in the field conditions. And we are hosting our first avocado tissue culture industry stakeholders day in a couple of weeks, March 2020 at Childers, Queensland, Australia. Everybody is welcome if you can come. It's a free event, and you will be able to see all our culture system. We will be showing you the plants in culture, and there will be a chance actually to go and have a look at one of our field sites at Childers. Also, there will be data revealed what national and international in Australia and as well as outside the world, what do they think about tissue cultured avocado. So it will be a really big chance, and if you are interested coming, please contact Nina or myself, or you can go to this link, register yourself, book a flight and get there. Thank you so much, and we are so lucky to have wonderful industry partners. And we have actually won a couple of awards for being really nice to industry partners. And it's a beautiful team, and I'm really privileged to work under Nina, learning so much, getting a lot of mentoring that I never thought I would ever have in my life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Janie. One thing that I would just like to tell you about Janie is, I think I first met her about 2 years ago, and it was just a hi and bye. And then we went to their lab, and unfortunately she wasn't there. But I don't know if you noticed, while she was talking and moving her hands, light rays shined out of it. The whole time they were saying, Janie's hands are gold. They need her hands for this tissue culture. That's the one thing. The other thing is, I then, a few months later, I think 3-4 months later, spent time with her in Colombia at the Congress. And one evening over dinner, when we were talking about the tissue culture and this and that, and visiting the trellis trials and the tissue culture trials, she asked me, how are the trees doing? You know, what are they looking like? And I said, no, they look fine, and I think they're flowering brilliantly and whatever. And after about 10 minutes, I realized now she was really just emotionally worried about the plants, because she wasn't happy the way that people were pruning them and bending their branches and everything. So although there's 500,000 plants coming from each single tip, they're all her children, she cares for them that much. So she is a true tree hugger. But yeah, so next up, well, first maybe I should just say, Nina and Janie, thank you so much for coming all the way. I think if there were two people that I were really concerned about cancelling their trip about Corona, I think it was the two of you. I was just so scared because I wanted you guys to be here. So thank you for doing that effort and bringing your families with as well. Then next up, my dad with his annual rootstock presentation. So all about the search for new precocious and productive rootstocks, specifically for Maluma.
Hallo, how's hy? Dankie hoor. Kom maak jy nou goed, how's hy? Yes, as always, they give me, what would we call it, the opportunity to try and talk short, you know, basically to catch up on time. And that's the wrong guy to ask. Those that know me well, it's very difficult, but I am going to try. Right. Annually, I report on this. Unfortunately, last year also, I was under pressure, and I had to do it very fast. I think it's very interesting where we stand now with this work. It's a search basically for, as it says here, most precocious productive rootstock for Maluma. Now, let's run. Oh, sorry, it's going for... Just try and understand the controls. Right, there we are. Just some background. Precocity and production is very important. Precocity is probably the most important criteria if it comes to breeding and selection. You want to be precocious. So, yes, the sign, Maluma, we know, is very precocious. You could see there it's trees 1 year old there in Peru with a crop on it. And to preserve this, you obviously need to go clonal. And the clonal rootstock is very important to support this. So if we go back on research that we've reported here, it's very important to know how does the different rootstocks perform. So the standard that we had here was, just want to move closer, was Bounty, Duke 7, and Dusa. We did an extensive trial, and this was a virgin planting. It's not a replanting, and you could see on virgin soil, Dusa does very well. It's a very good combination for that. for a new generation clonal rootstock to be superior, it should support and enhance the expression of the genetical and trench horticultural properties of the sign. Genetic, and this is important, genetical shortcomings of a sign, cultivar, cannot be corrected or rectified by the rootstock. It's been done for years now with cultivars, and particularly with Hass dwarfing rootstocks to try and get it dwarfed, all different things that we try and do, but we can't change the genes. You just get expression of those genes through rootstocks, but rootstocks are very, very important. Then you could see here it's a replant site. Bounty, very good on replant, as I've mentioned before. Another replant site, and with the results that we've, the results over the years that we've gained or whatever, we've reached the point where future research with rootstock, we decided to do it only with Maluma. Initially, we did it with other cultivars also. Then here's another aerial view of a replant site. You could see the, yes, you could clearly see that that's the Bounty rootstocks there. But don't get me wrong, you'll see, you know, just, you can't say because of this, Bounty is the rootstock, or Dusa is the rootstock here, or whatever rootstock choices you should make. But you'll see as the results go, those three rootstocks are still brilliant rootstock. Don't underestimate them. They have value if you plant them in the correct sites, and consider them maybe, say, for replant or whatever conditions they are good to express those qualities that we've captured or have in our genes in the sign. Good. Material and methods for this particular trial. I think those of you that attended before is familiar with this. It's a high-density trialing. Everything we do now is high-density. This one we didn't go trellis. The next one that we've just planted, we will go trellis. Then the rootstocks that was included, you could see the spacing is 1,250 trees to a hectare. Included Dusa, Bounty, Duke 7, 10 of Alles Best's own rootstocks, AK, you'll see that I'll refer to that, and then promising national and international rootstocks and selections. And with the new trial, we've actually increased these numbers also. The trial was planted in Alles Best, Zanin. It was planted in December 2015. The first data collected, or data collections annually, actually it says March, but we do it actually in February prior to the Maluma Symposium, end of February. Yes, that one I slipped on. It's not 3 years of data, it's 4 years of data that we've collected so far. And then the 2019 data, I've analyzed it statistically to present a paper at the Colombian Congress. I'll just briefly touch on that. Right, this is the layout. It's a randomized block design, 2 guard rows, 28 rootstocks. I'll just report on it that the Torah Canyon didn't do well, and we couldn't establish it well, so we took it actually out of the trial results. 6 treatments per rootstock, 7 replications, and then the total trial number of trees, 1,170, and the tree height was maintained at 3.2, and the width 2 meters, and the final tree volume 10 cubic meters. So if I refer to volumetric results, then it would be that I've expressed it in volumetric, so we would actually, what do you call it? I'll get to that word just now. Right, there's the layout. Then results. This trial didn't go without its problems. January, it went well. February, January 2016, 17, hail in 2017. We thought we would lose the whole crop, but interesting enough, we were able still to get the results. Actually, some of those fruit we picked up and weighed and measured, and actually to get the results, but it was possible. And we thought we would lose the next crop, and we didn't. Right, this is March 2018. This is an aerial of March 2019, and you could see Torocranian was removed from the statistical analysis there. Then data collection. This is how they do it. We measure the stem diameter, the diameter of the tree, the height of the tree, and literally count all the fruits on the tree. And when we harvest, we weigh them and then correlate with the data that we've collected by counting. So here are the results. This is the results of 2019 specifically. So this is 2019's actual yield. And you could see on the right-hand side, this is also statistical. So all this, the same letters obviously do not differ statistically, or the different letters do differ statistically. So you could see BW78, that's an Australian rootstock, Birdwood 78, AK7, Zutano, and AK10. And Zutano is widely planted as a seedling rootstock in New Zealand and also in Peru. All these rootstocks obviously were clonal, so even we are referred to as a seedling type like Zutano, it's been cloned. Then you could see I've colored in the Bounty would always be blue, Duke 7 would be yellow, and Dusa red, just to see what's happening there. And if you look at the arrows there, it's just to point out the dwarfing rootstocks. Obviously, this is actual yield, and if I express it volumetrically, you'll see those arrows move up. It's AK1, AK2, and AK15. Please note what happens to AK15 during this whole reporting or feedback that I give you. And the AK, let's, there we are. Then this is now expressed as extrapolated yield efficiency. So efficiency would then, on a volumetric basis, you could see now what happened to those dwarfing rootstocks. Also, only the 2019 results, which was actually quite a good year. You would just note again, AK13 is important to watch, BW78, and then the dwarfing rootstocks, but in particular, I would like you to take note of AK15. Now, this is 1 year's data. Right. Yeah, okay, hopefully you can see there. On the right-hand side, again, this now is extrapolated yield efficiency for 2020. So this is the single data for 2020, 1 years of data. You'll see the one dwarfing rootstock, AK3. Actually, just to fill you in, this is not a good production year. It's a down year. You'll see it also when I show you the different, the accumulated data. So AK3 basically dropped in its production there. Actually, it's a very, very large drop. Then AK13, it's AK1 is the other dwarfing rootstock. You see it moved up. And then AK15 at the top there. Remember, this is single year's data. Right, let's go now, and I'll report now on basically the cumulative data over the whole trialing period, which is actually more valuable. And if you look here, it is 4 years of data. This is cumulative yield. This is actual yield cumulative. This is per tree, and I'll express it also on a hectareage basis, but you could see again our cumulative, the 3 dwarfing rootstocks there, and look at BW78, AK10. The other one that you could also take note of is A10. That's Anderson 10. That's Graham Anderson's rootstock. This is not. This is cumulative, but not volumetric. Or efficient yield, as I call it. Right, there you are. Now, extrapolated cumulative yield efficiency. So if we talk of yield efficiency, that's what I told you just now, is then you take into consideration where trees are dwarfing or whatever, all trees actually are very big, so that you know what is the volume that actually, the volume of the tree and basically the load within that volume. So now things starts getting very interesting. AK13 is it's a normal rootstock at the top. AK15, the dwarfing rootstock, at the top. And you can see, although I haven't done this statistically, I have no doubt it's highly significant, the difference between AK13, 15, and the other rootstocks. BDW7 is also in a good position. AK3, there's some concern with it because it had a jump. But look at if you look at the different years, so that gives you an idea of how alternative it would have been. You could see it's slightly alternative, but not too bad. If you look at AK15, AK13, which is not a dwarfing rootstock, it's a little bit more alternative, although it's also doing well. I've reported on this the last time also that it seems that the dwarfing rootstocks are less alternative, except now for AK1. So it's been highly affected by, and we had very severe temperatures. Actually, I was surprised that there was still a crop on after all the heat waves we have experienced. But AK1 comes out also fairly good, slightly more alternative, but you could see AK15 definitely stands out. And obviously, as the tree is getting bigger now, the difference between volumetric and actual become narrower. It gets more narrow because AK15 actually catches up now to fill that full volume. What would also be important, sorry, I just want to go back here. This cumulative results, you could see the tonnages on the left, the cumulative tonnages, basically that you could expect if you extrapolate it on a yield efficiency basis. If you work it on actual, you'll also see we talk of significant production with these rootstocks, and I should actually point out there are the conventional rootstocks, Dusa at the top there, and with Duke 7 and Duke 7 and Bounty basically equal there. Then the other rootstocks that we have here, you could see we've outperformed them significantly firstly with the traditional rootstocks, which are definitely very good rootstocks to use, but you could see what happened there with the newer rootstocks. Good. Now, in conclusion, unless otherwise reported, all differences in production reported between the different clonal rootstocks grafted to Maluma were statistically significant, particularly on the 2019 data. Then the precocity Maluma was confirmed at 1,250 per hectare. Production that was above 7 kilos per hectare within 16 months after planting is possible because of precocity. Then the Alasbesta rootstocks, 15, 13, 1, 2, and 3 in the highest to the lowest order stood out. Then that significantly better than Duke 7, Dusa, and Bounty. And on extrapolated, cumulative, and on yield efficiency, they outperform those rootstocks. Then similar results was achieved with the Australian rootstock BW78. AK1, 3, 15 have dwarfing characteristics, which I've pointed out. 15 is the most superior. The non-dwarfing rootstock AK13 and BW78, both non-dwarfing. If I say dwarfing, it has dwarfing characteristics. Please remember that. They also outperform the other rootstocks, the other commercial or conventional rootstocks significantly. Then volumetrically, the dwarfing rootstock AK15 together with AK13 outperform all the other rootstocks with the highest and most consistent yield over the 4 consecutive seasons. So if you go back over my talks that I gave, you'll see AK13 and AK15 together with BW78 stood out every year that I've reported, and then the others would vary, like the AK3 and the ones and those. Then on precocity and productivity, these rootstock selections together with the AK1, 2, 3 showed potential to replace the standard Duke 7 Bounty as commercial rootstocks for Maluma. Then 6 of the 10 alles best AK rootstocks have the qualities to be considered as a commercial rootstock for Maluma in future. Then dwarfing rootstocks with improved yield efficiency, and this is very important, suitable for ultra high density trialing or trellising of Maluma is likely to become a reality soon, and they could fit in nicely there. It's very interesting that if you look at the results, the trees reach their height of 3 meters about a year ago. The first ones, most of them are 3 meters high, but not many of them are 2 meters in width yet. So it just shows that Maluma is actually you're not a too vigorous grower, although it grows at the top, but it's very suitable for trellis. The fact that it doesn't grow vertically, horizontally too strong. Then the establishing of ultra-high density semi-commercial trial trellis plantings with the rootstocks selections BW78, 13 and 15 can be justified. And at this point, I'll announce something also when I get to the cultivars, but we have taken the decision now with AK13 and AK15 to start releasing them for trial purposes. Zander will talk later when we talk of branding, brand release and everything, all the new stuff. Then I'll later, when I talk to you, I have my talk on the cultivar selections, just elaborate a little more on this and how we're going to go about. Then the new trial that we've planted now in February 2020 with the total initially was 65 promising international and international rootstocks. It's slightly less. Some of the plants we had difficulty to get them well rooted, but this is basically what we've done. There's the layout, again randomized block design, guard rows, 52 different rootstocks, 4 treatments per rootstock, 2 to 5 replications per rootstock. Some of where the numbers were lower, the replications are slightly less. Total trial trees 830. Again, the same spacing, but this will definitely go on trellis. And the final tree volume again, 10 meters, the width 2 meters, and as I said, planted in February 2020. So I could just repeat that we're definitely going to move on with AK 13 and 15, and obviously we will now go semi-commercial with them on Zander's trellis work, and obviously for other plantings and high density we would obviously recommend they to be planted on. Thank you. I think I'm at the end there.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so it's just they're going to do a quick changeover before the load shedding starts at 11, so we don't have an interruption in the next speaker. Okay, seems like it's done. That was easy. I think it was easier for us than for Eskom. All right, next up, well, firstly, I should thank David from your side, extended to the whole Askerwana team from our side. But I think Askerwana with Star Spares got a bit of a, I would like to call it a reality check when they arrived here last year. But they already last year did a huge effort for their exhibition, that's it. So yeah, I think, from your side, this morning when I drove, well, actually yesterday when I drove in and you see all the Husqvarna, to me I just feel as soon as you get these banners and the presence of all these people, that lifts the whole day. So without the sponsors, including Husqvarna and all the other sponsors, a day like this would not be possible. So thank you for that. When we had to translate your topic, we paused for a while. We almost called it Stille Nacht. But yeah, so silent nature, thank you.
Is it? No, there we go. Morning, everybody. This is a lot louder than it is down there, trust me. Right. Okay. Everybody's been sitting for a while, so my mother always accused me of having ants in my pants. Would everybody please just stand up, stretch your legs, shake a bit. Let's get some circulation going. Well, that's not great. No. So while everybody's just stretching, I'd like to thank all our international guests, as well as all the local guests. And I'm going to thank everybody as a global thanks. I know I'm going to forget somebody somewhere along the line, so I do apologize. Right. Silent nature. This is a topic that we are very proud of. We have many different avenues. But what is silent nature? Silent nature is one of Husqvarna's first steps of many. Now, we know as a businessman, you guys are always looking for new opportunities. We also want to be part of those opportunities. It's for a quieter and greener future. You guys are making it physically green. We're hoping to add to that. It's a silent, non-intrusive, and it's sustainable. Well, we've just experienced our beerdkrag, dis seker ons beerd. It's convenient, long-lasting lithium-ion batteries. It's 100% smoke-free. You guys work in nature. I was at another symposium regarding cattle, and I was actually shocked to find out how much of the CO2 emissions actually gets taken up by the plants. Now, that's a huge thing for me. Our brushless motors are low maintenance. Now, please, a show of hands quickly. Who's a farmer? Please drop your hand if you've never had maintenance issues. All right, not going to work. Okay, we have lasting power. We use a 36 lithium-ion battery. Now, there's many batteries on the market, and we can delve into the technicalities of this afterwards. Unfortunately, they only gave me a short bit of time. We have top-class performance. If we look at what is available in the world, I saw a video clip which I would have liked to add in on my presentation. Unfortunately, the gentleman doing the presentation's language was a bit questionable, so we had to leave it out. But VW has just launched a new racing car, which is battery-powered. Now, to put it into perspective, it does 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. 0 to 120 in 5. That is not what we're used to. I don't know who recalls these little devices that we hold. When they first came out, I remember my father going, "This? Working? I can hardly make a phone call, and there's no service." Now we run our businesses off here. We have a built-in cooling system. Tanin is a little bit warmer than what I'm used to. I come out of the Free State, so my average temperature is minus 13 is great. But unfortunately, yeah, you guys don't get there. It extends both the battery life and the runtime of the machine. And it's able work in many, many climates. It's a simple operation. We have an interactive keypad, as you can see there. It takes less than 30 seconds to explain to somebody exactly how to use a machine. It's a push of a button and you start and stop the machine to put it into work mode or safe. If we have a longer running operation for Save E, for the less tough applications, for those of you who are doing light pruning as an example. It has a longer run time then. It's also intuitive on the keypad. There's no complication to it. It's convenient. The battery design is relevant to all the models in a specific group of machines. They are longer lasting because of the technology put into them. And it fits all models of that range of equipment. A lot of companies say, yes, one battery fits all. We actually do. Quickly change between models. My daughter loves the battery equipment. I woke up a Saturday morning, the first time I had it at home, and I found her running around with a chainsaw. The bad news is Dad was unaware of the chainsaw running in the backyard. There's less downtime. Changeover of battery is considerably faster than trying to refuel a machine. Welcome the Husqvarna range. Ladies and gentlemen, this is an old picture. Our range has actually grown since I've last put this presentation together. If you think you need something, I'm pretty sure we have it. Our advanced brushless motors gives us a 25% more efficiency than a standard motor. This means that we have a constant torque on our motors, and it's instantaneous. You push the button, it's there. It maximizes our performance, and it's rather low maintenance. Because of a brushless motor, I know a lot of challenges in the world is, how do I maintain a motor? Now I've got to find brushes, and inevitably when you get there, the things don't fit. Now I've got to do this, I've got to do that. Brushless motors takes care of a lot of those issues. There's no refueling, and it's less serviceable parts. Now, I remember nobody dropped their hands when I asked who has maintenance issues. This takes care of a lot of your problems. And there's a low operation cost. It's a comfortable operation. It's a compact, slimmed down design. As you can see, these models that I've used here, it's not a big, bulky machine. Exceptional product balance. Now, what does that mean? Who of you here actually use your own machines? We have 1, 2. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is actually a large factor for your operator. For your operator to be efficient and quick at doing his work, he needs product balance. The longer he fights against a machine, the less time he is actually spending working. It's comfortable, allows you to work in any comfortable or any situation. It's quieter operation. Please remember, quieter. That does not help us really when you're trying to figure out what they're doing. It's low noise levels and low disturbance. Longer working hours. Now, all of this is great. But what are the costs? Who believes battery, can I have a show of hands, battery is cheaper than petrol? You cheating. You saw the presentation. All right. Most of you, by the looks of things, believe that petrol is cheaper than battery. So for us to have a closer look at the cost of operations, I'm only going to use one factor, and that is fuel cost. If I start adding other factors to it, this calculation becomes a bit tedious and becomes rather complicated. We firstly need to compare relative components for this analysis to be effective. To do this, we need some set of parameters. Now, please don't shoot me. I know our petrol prices change, I know Eskom changes, so these prices that I've used are a generalization of what I've taken over the average of the last year. One important factor is remember that battery machines do not idle. Therefore, to compare run times, we actually need to compare the machine cutting time. We're going to compare comparative machines in power. So the question we mostly get is how long the battery lasts. I actually had that question while I was standing outside. This is the most common question that we as a team receive. The question actually being asked is, a battery can be charged 1,500 times. This is not to the end of the battery's life. This is simply where we decided that 20% loss of original runtime is where we call it quits. The battery does continue after that, but this is where we physically say, okay, 20% is enough loss. The actual question being asked is, how long does a battery run for? Comparing a battery runtime is often mistaken with a petrol machine because of the simple fact that it does not idle. A petrol machine runs for 30 minutes on a tank of fuel as an example, but this includes idling time. A battery runtime for 30 minutes is the actual working time of the machine. Whoops, this thing is in a hurry. We're going to use the premise that we change the battery or charge the battery at least once a day. We're going to use the comparison of 5 days a week. We're also going to use the fact of 52 weeks in a year. Now, I am aware that nobody here works solidly for 52 days a week, 52 weeks a year. But for these calculations, just to keep it simple. So 1,500 charges divided by 5 days a week is 300 weeks. 300 weeks divided by 52 weeks a year means that the battery actually will last you 5.76 years. So one battery will last plus minus 5 years and 9 months. To be fair, we now have to look at the fuel costs of the same time period. We're going to use 95 unleaded for this example at the cost of 16 Rand a litre. Let us use the volume of 5 litres a day. What I found in practical work situations is the guys use more or less 5 litres per day of fuel per machine. The fuel cost, I took it at 16 Rand per litre by 5 litres per day is 80 Rand a day. 80 Rand a day at 5 days a week is 400 Rand a week. That doesn't sound too bad. 400 Rand a week by 52 weeks, 20,000 Rand 800 a year. 20,800 by 5.76 years is 11,000, my apologies. 119,808 Rand. Now that we have a similar frame of fuel costs, let's look at the actual costs. A 530 IPT5, which is the pole pruner which most of the guys would use in your industry, costs 8,840 Rand for a battery machine. A 525 PT5S, which is the petrol version of it, is 11,840 Rand. We know the fuel cost is 119,808 Rand. The cost of a BLI 300 battery, which is the battery that would be used for a professional application, is 4,120 Rand per battery. These are just recommended retail prices, ladies and gentlemen. Please speak to Star Spares in connection with that. The QC500 charger is 2,360. So, petrol cost, the machine at 11,840 Rand and petrol at 119,808 Rand gives us a total cost over the time period of 131,648 Rand per machine. Did anybody put that together? battery cost. For this calculation, we're going to stick to our premise, and we're going to use a full setup and stay within our parameters. One machine at 8,840, 3 batteries, so that we only need to charge them once a day, and 2 chargers in case we run out before lunchtime, so when the guys do have lunch, they can charge 2 batteries and complete the rest of the day. The cost is 24,880 Rand plus charging. Now, to charge a single battery costs less than 1 unit. I simply used my normal prepaid rate from Eskom at R1.85. By 3 batteries per day is R5.55 per day. By 5 days, 52 weeks, 5.76 years, total cost of 34,231 Rand 68. Ladies and gentlemen, over the same time period, just on fuel cost, you're looking at saving 97,000 Rand. Who still believes that petrol is cheaper than battery? We have to have one. Okay, apparently fuel price is coming down. I'm not sure what information you have. I do know that they change the tides every now and then. Right. This is something that is very near to my heart. I work a lot in the forestry industry. I also work a lot in the general green industry. So, did any of you ever consider throwing 200 liters of old used car oil into your orchard before? Not. Why? Okay, it's not nature friendly. What about 200 liters of non-specific poison? Ever consider this is what you're doing every time that you refill your chainsaw? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a large variety of people believing that they're going to save costs here and there. We have a lot of farmers who believe that old used car oil as chain lube in your chainsaw is absolutely fine to use. But when you put it into this perspective, it shines a different picture on it. Now, I know during a pruning season, they'll run between 200 and 400 liters of oil into their orchard. Whoever wanted to save 40%? Show of hands. Saves up to 40% of your chainsaw usage. Now, I love this picture because in every farm I've been at, I've never seen a workshop actually look like this. And if one of you do have one like that, please put up your hand. I'd love to come and see it and take a different photograph. When I tried to Google a typical workshop, I couldn't find an image that actually dictates or depicts the South African market. It never looks like this. Now, this gives us a bit of a problem. The Husqvarna Fleet Services has an edge above the rest. We can track, we can monitor every single machine. If it has a heartbeat, we can monitor it. How many times have you thought, I've just had that machine serviced the other day, and you get to the dealership and he goes, so you haven't been here for 6 months. In actual fact, this machine hasn't been here for the last 3 years. You go, no, but it was just the other day. This will assist you in this, and my colleague sitting in the back will actually take over from me afterwards. Discover how we can help you as a business. We will get this running for you. This is part of our project of growing. Please come and see us afterwards. We are simply down here at the sports fields through the arches. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Thank you so much.
Thank you, meneer.
Johan, I'll quickly ask you to come to the front. Yeah, so we're obviously running a bit late on the program. So the program indicates 22:12. We're back after the break. There's apparently still breakfast left if any of you missed it. So yeah, and then I think if you can all try and be at least on time, please spend time with the sponsors. That's what helps us there. I've said it so many times. And yeah, enjoy. Thank you so much. Oh, one thing, sorry. So I was outside and my wife said she thinks I need to wear my pants like this and show off my socks. And then this morning when I arrived, Johan arrived like this. So Johan, if you could maybe come this way, I just want to show you Johan's passion. He's committed. All right, thanks everyone. Jy? Mooi man. Like deftig. Okay. Gaan dit goed? Wat doen jy? Nee, ek kan nie kla nie. Ek sal nou weer terugkom. Ek het eers net 'n meeting daar op die pad. Ja. Nou, meeting op verdraai. Ja, ja. Wow. Ja. Ek weet nie waar dit gaan uit nie. Ek wil môre net 'n woord uit moet kyk. Waar is die eerste begin hierso? So, kom ons half af vir mekaar hierso. Ons sal weer ligte breakfast daar ry ons ek dink half 9 of iets. Ek is in die program. Kom terug. Ek gaan seker so 3 uur se kant terug, dus sal ek gaan julle vanaand is hier. Ja, se braai en alles. Lekker. Lekker speech. Dankie. Like dit is so baie. Mense maak van 3 uur ten minste. Van kom ons sê voor dit nog. Ja, baie stres. Geen issues. Alright. Andersins dan goed. Ja, hoor jy terug op julle plaas? Ja, ek het Vrydag daarom hierdie staat, ek het saam met die staat gesit en hulle my die papiere gekry. Dis nice. Bietjie lank op pad, so 6 maande. Ek dink jy gaan bly wees vir daai gesang hier staan. So ek gesang het weer in die gang kry. Ja, yes, maar die ouens sê dit nou klaar vir oes die jaar. Dis sê dan sommer we call it the state of the plant. 700 ton afgehaal op 60 hektaar plaaswater. Ja, maar ons sal hulle nou 'n bietjie goeie geld vir dit kry daar. Ja, volgende jaar en die jaar daarna. Ja. Dis ja, as jy nou net water kry. Ja. En liefde. Of van 'n gaan kuier. Okay. Alright, mense, net veel mense kom nog. Okay. So, nou. Julle moet maar daai trumpets kry vir die bed. En vir al die sprekers sê, "Dit is op." Ja, nee. Die sound raak weer raar as jy. Ja. Okay, if I can get everyone's attention. Have everyone seated, ready to go. Okay, I'm going to start with the program. Sure, it's a bit of a... Okay, yeah, thank you everyone for being back. We're again a little bit behind schedule. So we'll try and catch it up, but hopefully you all had a good break now. So from the University of California, Riverside, we have Mary Lou. Sorry, can I have everyone's attention, please? Everyone? Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to start from scratch. So from the University of California, Riverside, we have Mary Lou Apaya. We've had a real long relationship with Mary Lou. And it's actually a privilege this year to have her, well, she's been attending for a while, but presenting. And I think it's hopefully the start of a longer route. We've had a few discussions on the way, and I think high potential to be a returning speaker in the future. And with the topic evolution from forest to the consumer, I think our main idea is to look at breeding and selection over time, and how that brings us closer to what the consumer really wants. Thank you, Mary Lou.
Thank you, Xander. Good morning, or it's afternoon almost, so good afternoon. There we are. Okay, so my assigned topic today is evolution from the forest to the consumer. So I could talk about this topic just like Nina says she could talk about all those individual topics she talked about for hours on end. I could be up here for hours on end, but I only have 20 minutes, so I'm going to talk fast. So, where do avocados come from? So we know avocados that we eat come from the trees, but where do they originally come from? what we call the center of diversity. Where do they come from? So I'm from California, so we like to say avocados come from south of the border. And now I'll tell you a little bit about the family that avocados are in. They're in a very distinguished family of plants. So it's a member of the laurel family, the Lauraceae, and it's actually a very large plant family. It's mainly evergreen, tall tropical evergreen trees, and there's about 45 genera, and you can see here over 2,800 species in that plant family. Now, there's two sort of main areas of where the laurels live. One is in Southeast Asia. They're a very important forest crop or forest species in Southeast Asia, and also in Central America. So there's many, many different Persea species in Central America. Now, other commercial members of the laurel family that avocados belong to is cinnamon. The bay laurel that we use to eat, cook with is spaghetti sauce. It's not spaghetti sauce without laurel bay leaves in it. We have a California bay tree that's very closely associated with avocado. The red bay laurel, which is an important Persea borbonia that is native to southeast United States, used for wood, construction, for woodworking, and is supposedly a fantastic barbecue wood. So you could use it for a braai. Sassafras, do you know what sassafras is? It is a key component of root beer, another relative of the avocado. So, Persea americana, or the Persea species, they are forest trees, and the lighting's not very good in here, but this is a picture of a Persea forest made up of Persea nabigena, Stereomarchi, Persea americana from Chiapas in Mexico. So the avocado that we eat today is considered to be relatively new to plant domestication, even though it's been grown as a backyard tree for literally thousands of years. It's only recently that it's become a commercial crop or domesticated. And we still consider it to be less domesticated than domesticated. So it's not like apple or grapes or citrus that have been grown commercially for hundreds or thousands of years. Is relatively new. The species is very, very diverse. And what you see on the right-hand side of the graph, these are both pictures of that I took in Chiapas. Whoops, I went back. This is rainforest, and this is a dry area in the rain shadow of that forest, both in Chiapas, and you can find wild avocados in both those environments. So it's very diverse in terms of fruit shape. It's very diverse in its adaptability to its remains in the archaeological record of avocados. The word avocado is derived from the word aguacate, which comes from an Aztec word which I won't even try to pronounce. It's also known as palta in much of South America, which is a Quechua word, and alligator pear in parts of Africa. So here's a picture of an avocado seed that was found in Oaxaca, Mexico, and it's estimated to be between 800 to 1200 BC. So it was found with remains of wild corn. So we know that it's been grown as a cherished fruit crop for a long, long time. So we have avocado, Persea americana. There are 3 races. Now they've recently been called going back to saying they're subspecies. We have the Mexican race, we have the Guatemalan race, and we have the West Indian or the Antillean race. And where do they come from? So the Mexican race is considered to be from the Mexican highlands in central Mexico. The Guatemalan race is this little green spot here from the highlands of Guatemala. And the West Indian race, even though these are considered to be the West Indies, is right here. And there's distinct differences, even though they're all with Persea americana, you can classify these three races or subspecies based on characteristics. So in general, for climate adaptation, the Mexican Guatemalan is considered to be subtropical, the West Indian tropical. Cold tolerance, most cold tolerance is in the Mexican race, least in the West Indian. Salinity tolerance, which is a big deal for us in California because we have water of poor quality, least unfortunately in the Mexican and the Guatemalan races, which is what we predominantly grow, most in the West Indian. So I'm not going to go through these, I'll eat up my whole 20 minutes, but you can see that there's other very big differences in the characteristics. One is that Mexican race fruit tend to be very quick after flowering to mature, 5 to 7 months, and the Guatemalans take the longest. Now, the Hass avocado, which is the dominant variety in the world, is actually a Mexican Guatemalan hybrid with more Guatemalan in it. And many of the commercial avocado varieties that are grown today, now that we have better genetic tools, we know that these three races hybridize very readily together. And so we don't have, it's hard to find actually a pure Mexican or a pure Guatemalan, but they have tendencies to one race or the other. So, how did they become part of the California landscape? And why am I talking to you about California? California was the very first place to commercially grow avocados. And so California plays an important role in the history of commercial avocado production. So, a couple facts about avocados. They've been grown just about Hawaii. I always find this interesting because I grew up in Los Angeles, that before we had Hollywood, as we think of Hollywood with movie stars and glamour and whatnot, Hollywood was one of the very first places where avocados were grown commercially over 100 years ago. Amazing, huh? And they remain to be a very important part of the California lifestyle. And so people there's many old avocado trees in backyards in the city of Los Angeles and elsewhere in Southern California. And, but our commercial industry is under a lot of pressure, mainly because of urbanization, mainly because we have water issues in Southern California, and offshore competition with imported fruit. Over 80% of the fruit that comes into that's marketed in the United States now is actually imported, and most of that is coming from Mexico, followed by Peru and Chile, and now Colombia. So a little brief history of avocados in California. They are believed to have been brought here to California by the missionaries, but we already know that in 1856, people are trying to import material. And so we have importation of seeds from Nicaragua in 1870 in Santa Barbara, which was a very nice area north of Los Angeles. We have the first groupings of trees planted from seed. And in 1908, we have the first commercial avocado grove planted. In 1911, we have the nursery industry taking off, and we have the first budded trees sold to interesting growers. If you go back into the old literature, just imagine, if you go to the old California Avocado Society yearbooks, you'll see ads where they're selling seed for $5 a seed. $1911. I can't even imagine what that is in $20. Now, a seminal point in the chronology of the California industry is in 1911. There's a nursery by Pasadena called the West India Gardens. And they send a fellow by the name of Carl Schmidt down into Mexico, and he brings back many different selections of interesting avocados from Jalisco, Mexico. And one of those becomes the Fuerte avocado. And that's a seminal point in the California history, and I'll go back to that. 1915 is another important year. That is the first year that we have the meeting of the California Avocado Growers Association, which later morphed into two entities, California Avocado Society and Calavo. think about Calavo, California avocado. And so that was the first meeting of the organization that gave rise to these two entities. And in 1915, at the first annual meeting, Wilson Popenoe, the son of the owner of the West India Gardens and a fantastic plant explorer on his own part, reports 86 named varieties already just selected in California. So in those early days, people brought material from all over Central America. They brought it from Mexico, Guatemala. They brought West Indian, Guatemalan, and Mexican raised fruit. And so you still see remnants of a lot of those old trees in Southern California. So there's an explosion. By the time you go to the Avocado Society yearbook in 1920, there's hundreds of named varieties because people are naming trees in their backyard. And some people complain in an article, they're called cat, we have so much, it's like cats and dogs milling around. During this period, we have the very first patented avocado, the Hass. And we have growers now reporting that they're seeing environmental effects of variety, that Forte grows in some environments and doesn't grow in others. And people are noticing that there's different strains of Forte. And people start naming those different strains of Forte in the literature. So I'm just going to go over hundreds of varieties of avocados, but we still have, I'm just going to list where these commercial varieties of avocados, when they arose, that are still around and grown commercially. Fuerte, 1911, is still grown to a limited extent. I mean, South Africa still grows a fair amount of Fuerte. Hass, a seedling tree from La Habra Heights by Los Angeles, 1926. Zutano, another seedling tree in Fallbrook, 1926. Edronol, a variety that's used as a pollinizer along with Zutano. Vista, 1927. Bacon from Buena Park, which is completely commercialized now with factories, 1928. Now you can see the only one of those that was patented was the Hass. So I want to talk a little bit about the Fuerte, because the Fuerte is a really, really important variety for the world. We forget about Fuerte now because we're so focused on Hass. But it came from Jalisco, Mexico, collected in 1911 from what they guessed to be a 60-year-old tree. Here's the owner of that tree, Matthew LeBlanc. And it was introduced in 1911. By 1920 in California, it's the #1 variety. And it retained that role as the #1 variety in California until the early 1970s. 50 years it was the #1 variety. It was adapted at that time to believe to be widely adapted. It was known for high fruit quality. They did note that it had a large spreading tree, but as time went on, you start looking at publications in the 1920s, they're talking about alternate bearing or erratic bearing. So that opened the door for the rise of Hass. So where did the Hass come from? Hass was a seedling tree that was found in La Habra Heights, that's near just east of Los Angeles, in 1926, and it was patented as a variety in 1935. It was actually a seedling rootstock tree where the graft continually failed, and finally Rudolph Hass just gave up on it and let it grow. It was recognized almost immediately for its high fruit quality. But it was considered just a novelty because at that time, no one liked a fruit that ripened black. Can you imagine? And it never overtook the Fuerte until the mid-1970s in California in terms of importance. But now we know it's the #1 variety. But I want to share a quote for you because I think this helps us think that we have to always maintain an open mind as we're on this road to the future of the avocado industry, not only in South Africa, but for the world. This is a quote from 1945. It's a whole article about the Hass avocado. But I love this quote. From the market standpoint, the Hass would appear to have everything. Excellent quality, popular size, small seed. How many of you think that Hass has a small seed? Yeah. Good shipper, leathery skin, and long season complementing the Fuerte. Its single disadvantage is its black color, which has been associated in the minds of the public with poor quality. I love it. Experience is indicating, however, that properly handled, the color handicap can be overcome. The Hass variety gives satisfaction and repeat business follows. Now, let's fast forward to now. We have to remember that new varieties face a lot of challenges when they're introduced, and you're going to have narrow-minded people saying, black fruit is no good, poor quality. How do you know until you really test it? So I love that quote. Let's move on to 1940 and 1980. We still have some varieties that were identified. Now you can see Edinger, a seedling year, 1940 from Israel. 1948, we have the Reed variety. Charvel came out of Queensland, Australia in 1951, and the Pinkerton variety was a seedling tree from 1960. And you can see only 2 of those are also patented. And look at how long it took to patent some of those varieties. It's a long time to develop avocado varieties. Let's move up to 1980 to the present. We have the Gwen variety, not very important anymore, but it's a very important seminal variety because it's really one of the very first bred avocados from the program at UC Riverside from Dr. Bob Berg. He started working at UC in the 1950s, and you can see in 1982 he releases the Gwen and 2 other selections, the Witzel and the Esther. By that time, those all 3 are green skin. Green skin is considered to be a disadvantage. Hass is number 1. And these varieties, even though they had superior tree performance than Hass, fell to the wayside. But Bob never gave up. And in 1986, he planted over 60,000 seed. And of that, we have 3 varieties on that list that came out of those 60,000 seeds. So we have Lamb Hass and Surprise, patented and released in the mid-1990s by our friend Guy Whitney, because he was in charge of our breeding program at the time. The Gem and the Harvest varieties came from that same cohort of seedlings, but were not patented until 2003. And now we have the Mendes or the Carmen, patented in the United States in 2000, and now we have the Maluma, which has now just been released in California, but this is the reason why we're here, is a Maluma. So we see this progression of varieties. So many of the older varieties that are still with us are used as pollinizer varieties, as complement, because unlike places like here in Zanin, I know you don't use pollinizers. We use pollinizer varieties in California and many of the drier climates, where we actually have the trees perform the A and the B flower type, and you do benefit from having pollinizers. So, second part of my talk, is there a life beyond Hass or Maluma or Gem or Carmen? Or another way to put it, should we just be content with what we have? For many years in California, we were content with Fuerte. Since the mid-1970s, we've been content with Hass. Do we need to be looking forward down that road? So Hass was considered to be a big improvement, except for the skin color, over Fuerte, if you go back and read that article. But now we stand here. We say, what's wrong with Hass? Tree size and structure is a big spreading tree. Bearing habit, we consider it to be, we have an alternate bearing problem with Hass, even though it may be better than Fuerte. Stress tolerance. In California, it is not tolerant to high heat. It's not tolerant to salinity. It's not tolerant to cold. Disease and pest tolerant. We have a mite problem in California called the Persea mite. Hass is very susceptible to Persea mite. We need higher productivity, and we need now varieties that bracket the Hass. And I'm standing up here, it's very dangerous to have an industry that's based on one variety worldwide. So from my perspective, we need to go from large trees that are very difficult to manage to high-density trees, and we need to find trees that can be grown under high density without plant growth regulators. We need trees that are stress tolerant, that can handle this changing environment that we have with global warming. We need better fruit quality. Now, all these pictures are pictures I've taken over the course of my research career of problems with Hass when they're mishandled. Now, I'll tell you that Hass is a very high fruit quality, it has very good post-harvest life, but it's not perfect. And we can improve on this, and we need to improve on it. We are shipping fruit around the world to further and further markets to save carbon. The boats are slowing down. Trips are taking longer than they did 5 years ago. We need to have fruit that can last 5, 6, 7 weeks. We have a big challenge. So finding new varieties, how easy is that? So there's a couple main challenges. It's a long process. If you're lucky, 15 to 25 years from the time you plant a seed to the time that you can commercialize. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Most fruit tree breeders, this is not unique to avocados, will tell you that for every 1,000 seed you plant, you'll be very lucky if you get 3 to 4, maybe 5 selections that go to the next level of evaluation. Finding the horticultural and fruit traits in a single selection is very, very challenging. So I love this tree. I call this the finger tree. Look, at that tree is 7 years old. You could probably plant that a 1/4 meter by a 1/4 meter. The fruit on that thing is horrible. So, it's a beautiful tree. It's what we want from a tree perspective, but the fruit quality is horrible. We also, if I went around this whole room, we all would have a different idea of what the ideal avocado tree will be. So coming up with a definition of what are you looking for is very, very difficult. And if you go back to the time of Bob Berg was hired in the 1950s. Forte is number one. He was told by the industry, we want you to breed a green Hass-like fruit. His answer was the Gwen. Okay? The Gwen was everything plus some on the Hass, except then it was greenskin. So we have to always bear in mind that the market and the desires of the industry will continually change. Another challenge is long seasonality. You have a seedling tree, you have maybe 20 fruit on that tree initially when it flowers and sets fruit. How do you even know when to pick that fruit to see if it's any good to eat? Because most of the things that we throw away is because the eating quality is just awful. Okay, so that's a big challenge to find out when the ideal harvest season is. The other thing is you have to ripen the fruit. You can't be like a peach tree or grapes and walk up to the plant and eat it and say, this is horrible, okay. You have to take the fruit back to your laboratory and ripen it and then taste it, and you always have to worry, did I ripen it correctly? Eating quality changes through the season. So even Hass, an early low maturity Hass tastes quite different from the end of the season when the season is finished. And so understanding that seasonality is another big challenge. So our ultimate goal in California as we run a breeding program is that we're looking for enhanced productivity and production efficiency. In California, we cannot use plant growth regulators. I want a tree that looks like it's been treated with sunny without sunny. I want a tree that I can plant 3 by 3 or even closer. I want a tree that don't have to use a ladder. I want a tree at $15 an hour minimum wage that I can be profitable. But another point, and many of you know that I have a post-harvest background. I've done a lot of years looking at doing taste panels. We have to have satisfied consumers, and we have to increase consumption of avocados around the world. So we have to have a fruit that is extremely high eating quality. And we have spent a lot of time, and I can't talk about it today. I could talk a couple hours just on that one subject. So we have a team at UC Riverside, and the two main people working for me is Eric Folk, and Rodrigo talked to us last year about his work on the language of avocados. So our program goal is to expand the environmental adaptability of the avocado, enhance yield potential, minimize grower inputs, get rid of the ladder, get rid of spraying if we can not have to spray, et cetera, et cetera. We want a tree that looks like this, not like this. We want to deliver highly consistent, good quality fruit, and we want to grow consumer demand, and we want to diversify. My idea for the future now is we don't want a single avocado that has one flavor. We want a diversity of flavors. Think about when you go shopping and you buy apples. Now, you can argue we have too many apple varieties, but think about it. One person may like Fuji, another person may like Pink Lady, another person may like Envy. They're all a little bit different from each other, but people have choice. We need to give the consumer choice as we move forward in the future. So we have spent a lot of time and effort collecting consumer and panel data and semi-expert panel. And we've collected data on how does a fruit look to you before you eat it, and how does it taste after you eat it. And we've spent a lot of time on this, and we're using that information to guide us which varieties should we move forward with releasing, and number two, defining what the seasonality is for a particular selection. So in the big picture, we have in California a range of both dark skin and green skin varieties that are comparable to Hass in terms of eating quality. We have material that could potentially provide 12-month market coverage without going and holding the fruit too late on the tree or picking too early. You pick too early, you create a lot of problems for yourself. They don't ripen correctly. They have a watery taste generally. They have a lot of physiological problems. Improved tree architecture, precociousness, and greater yield efficiency. So this is just 4 of the selections we have. They all turn black or brown black when they're ripe. And you can see Hass is in the middle. They're a little bit different than Hass. This one in particular is round. This one peaks at a size, I don't know what it is here in South Africa, but it peaks at a size 60, which now is one of the leading and most on-demand sizes in the United States. So the future, I leave you with 2 slides. The future, is it just one endless bowl of guacamole? I say, yeah, it can be, but we have a lot of challenges. And a lot of these challenges revolve around human behavior. We have a lack of vision. Many times we become very comfortable with what we have, and we have low tolerance for people with other viewpoints. And it makes it very, very difficult then to establish something new because people are comfortable with what they have and they don't tolerate alternative viewpoints. We like staying in our comfort zone. And we have really a lack of global community. And I think having the World Avocado Organization, the World Avocado Congress is a step in the right direction. But now this whole issue of intellectual property, and I have my varieties, you have your varieties, and we're not working together anymore. You see an erosion of collegiality both in research and among different industries. And I think that is a big challenge for the future, because if we're going to drive avocados to the future, we need to be working together. So I'd like to say thank you to the Alice Beste group, in particular to Xander and Andre. This was a picture in the trellis yesterday that I took. I want to thank you, first of all, for the opportunity to speak, but also I really want to thank Andre in particular for his vision and determination in all the years that I've known him since the 1980s. He's been an inspiration to me that you never take anything laying down. You fight for what you believe in. And I really, really appreciate that. And I think the vision of Andre and now Xander and everybody in that organization with Maluma is that it's making a difference around the world. I mean, the trellising to me is revolutionary. We may not end up trellising avocados, but the idea that we're looking at it and we're talking about it and we're trying to understand the avocado so that we can grow it in such a way is really, in my mind, revolutionary. So that's evolution for you, and we need to be evolving as we go forward. So thank you very much. Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary Lou, and thank you for the kind words. Really appreciate it. I think on behalf of the whole Alles Beste and Maluma team. Okay, up next, I think Donovan needs no introduction. If any of you were asleep, I'm sure you'll start waking up now. So I think before Donovan starts, I would like to use the opportunity to thank him for what he's done again, another year, another day. I think some of you might not realize the attention to detail that Donovan puts in, and every year I recognize small little things that I never spoke to him about, and he just did it. You know, for the first year, he wrapped up all the gifts that we give to the speakers. That's never happened. It's the small things that happen. You know, you walk in here and it's 2020, Maluma, some of you at the back might not see it, the 10 there, all the creative ideas keep on flowing. And yeah, so at the moment, you know, a lot of people compliment me about the day, but I think, Donovan, you should take all the compliments, and I try and revert everyone back to you. But really well done, and it's a great job. Thank you for the effort.
Thank you, Xander. I appreciate it. And on that point, before I start, I can definitely not do it without a team. I've got a big, strong team at Alles Beste that assists me. Jackie running in at the front. Number 10 was actually, or 2020 was her idea. Nadia is haar moed het in haar skoene gesak. My Brits is bietjie op. Ek het dit nou geleer vir my presentation, so I just had to drop that one in Afrikaans. But yeah, to Nadia, the school, Janine, Jackie, Wendy, Stini, everyone at Alles Beste, Lizette, I can't remember everyone's name, and then of course my beautiful wife. She's got blue plasters on her fingers, tagging your lanyards. But yeah, thank you for all your help and everything you support me with. I really appreciate it. All right, so let's go. I'm talking about differentiating Maluma in the market. Clicker. Nee? Oh, thank you, Mary Lou. You're so kind. Saving us a bit of battery. Thank you, Mary Lou. There we go. This one spoke to me. Valerie Moltoni said, "The way to a customer's heart is much more than a loyalty program. Making customers evangelists is about creating experiences worth talking about." Thank you, Valerie. Since 2014, we started with the first avocado consumer brand in an attempt to educate consumers about new cultivars like Maluma. We started in South Africa as it was a more familiar environment and we had more input and control. So what is our brand-specific goals? One of our main goals is to provide long-term sustainability for new generation cultivars like Maluma and those to follow. To improve differentiation between cultivars through branding and education. Understand and develop consumer value cues for avocados. Provide quality and consistency, which is key. Creating experiences worth sharing, enticing consumers with visual appeal, and establishing a premium brand for Maluma. In South Africa, over the last few years, we did quite some groundwork and we did a lot of promotions through a lot of the supermarket chains. So this is just some of our pictures. You'll see there I bring in the whole gang as well in the middle top. There's my dad assisting. There on the right is my wife. There's my mom on the right. So I just get all of them together. There's Des, Zander's wife as well. And Zander's behind the camera, but he's also there. So yeah, we all jump in and we try to make a success of everything we do. So on the average back on farm per kilogram by agent, this is not on the open market. This is going straight into ripening programs. Maluma, as Simon mentioned as well earlier, well, on these, Maluma achieved up to 2 or average of 2 rand back on farm per kilogram more than has, which is for each farmer better in their pocket. But this journey did not come without challenges. We had quite a few. And on the supermarket side, supermarkets run after a 12-month supply in their own interest rather than building consumer value in the product itself and by having a superior product. Most affordable 12-month supply versus quality, consistency, and differentiating product characteristics. So they want to optimize on profits and provide a cheaper product for a longer time versus the consistency and quality. That also speaks to the 12-month supply myth, which supermarkets state that a brand cannot be built without a 12-month supply. We have a lot of examples in the fruit industry at the moment. If you take all the table grapes, all the different brands and cultivars have their specific windows. Clement Gold has their specific window, but somehow it's a challenge in avocados. Then, of course, the good old Hass challenge. Everything is called Hass. How can the consumer begin to differentiate whilst everything is called Hass? Something to think about. Timing in the market window and shelf quality consistency. We all know that avocados are very well known for being a poor quality fruit, which would speak to the supermarket challenge of shelf quality consistency. So, how does a consumer differentiate between cultivars? We spoke about the hash challenge, I won't go there again. Appearance, are we educated about differences in appearance? I met a few lovely ladies, which I'll introduce later, a few weeks ago, and they all also, they're very foodie and goody and all of that, but they also could not differentiate between cultivars, which all boils back to education. And then taste. Do we recognize differences in taste? So the question is, how can we add value to the consumer if we don't yet know what the consumer values? We need to go on an exploration journey with our consumers to see where the value of differentiation lies. Is it a smaller seed, so they get better value for money and get more food? Is it a fresh lifespan after slicing, that they don't have to use all these old boererate of throwing the pip in the salad or throwing a lot of lemon juice on it so it actually tastes like lemon, not like avocado? The length of storage at home, that speaks to me, and I think to every housewife. If you've got a longer shelf life at home in your fridge, why not? A taste profile, thinking of stuff like wine, gin, citrus, okay, let's go to some fruit, table grapes, they all have taste profiles, taste notes. Why don't we have something on avocados? And perhaps, what else? So how can we differentiate Maluma? There's a few myths around avo brands. I spoke about a few, but they only want to brand for the availability window, which we talked about. It's not different enough from other avos. What does the consumer value? What needs to be different enough to other avos? Consumers don't see internal differences as differentiation. I believe with the right education and with the right research that consumers will, excuse me for that, will speak up and tell you what makes it different for them. And does it really taste different? While we're on taste, what do you taste when you eat an avocado? Anything? Okay, nog, dit weet ons almal, but we're not all married to apple farmers. But it begs the question, what do you taste when you eat an avocado? Is it a nutty taste? Well, Maluma is nutty and I only taste Maluma, but the nutty taste is not even present in the first few weeks of harvesting because we all want to get into the market as quickly as possible. And the nutty taste is just after that. Is it creamy? What else? Would a consumer accept an avo that tastes like, that's got a peppery aftertaste? Would they like that? That's got a sweeter, buttery taste. Would that be any good? Avo with a hint of a lime taste. Salty, thicky, and creamy. I would love an avo that tastes a bit like mayo. Thank you, Zander. I love mayo. So, here we have what Zander and myself call the fruit product brand hierarchy. The assumption is that for fruit products to be branded, the need to look and taste significantly different with avocados. This has always been the request. For the first request or challenge, will consumers be able to differentiate visually from has? However, no brand will ever survive if the initial building blocks aren't met. Quality is crucial to brand reputation and repeated purchase. Quality. Currently, the biggest issue with avos is that consumers don't trust them. Yes, has seems to be perfect, but it really isn't. Maluma, under careful management with clear established protocols, is superior. And it has additional benefits that has does not have. So, we need to first get the quality and consistency right, then we can focus on the appearance, and then we can do all the taste profiles we can. So what is our key differentiating factors? A lot of you might know most of these, but I'll run through them for the new ones. We've got a smaller seed, bigger fruit, more food. 5 to 10% smaller seed to flesh ratio. Our brand boasts an industry-leading seed to flesh ratio and provide the consumer with more value for money. The post-slice lifespan, as we talked about earlier. Through numerous tests, it proved itself to outlast all other avocados in appearance once it has been sliced open. Most other avocados turn brown and then black once sliced. I mean, how many of us have had this? Ours maintains its color for much longer. So no more avocado tasting like lemon juice to preserve its color. Then the South African heritage. A lot of other cultivars are produced in South Africa, but this is the first avo to be born and bred in South Africa. With its origins in Venda, a Chivenda name, and further developed in Zanin, this is no imported cultivar. Then the shelf life. Industry-leading shelf life, handled correctly from the store to the fridge, will outlast all other avocados. I would even change that to handled correctly from the tree to the fridge, will outlast all other avocados. There's just some client photos we received. This is 12 days post sell-by date. I mean, that's still perfect. Which other cultivar would you cut like that? 12 days post the supermarket sell-by date. Quality. Handled correctly to our picking, packing, and cold chain protocols, we have superior quality and specifically the shelf life. Then some other of our key differentiating factors. Consistent, perfect coloring. There we go, I got that one right. It colors from green to purple black once it's ripened. It also colors better and more consistent after ripening compared to other dark-skinned avocados, giving it a better external appearance. It's an easy peelers and an easy scoop. It has a rough pebbly skin which makes it less prone to bruising, and which makes it an excellent choice, of course. And then that lovely nutty taste we're all after. It has that, definitely. Smooth flesh, no stringy fibers, so no problems with that. And it's more environmentally friendly. It requires less spraying regimes, yes, Isel, than more other avocados, and therefore has less impact on the environment and its sustainability. Although our biggest brand challenge is the supermarkets need exclusivity. We need more control over the brand and reputation. This has called for one of our toughest decisions ever. A need to reposition and get a strong, fresh start. We have spent the best part of the last 2 years in deciding how we can reinvent this without creating harm to Maluma. Some might feel we have come too far with Maluma, yet, when you look at our percentage of market share, we believe the time is now. Before we see even more rapid growth. Every day later is theoretically a day too late. This action is inevitable if we want to protect the interest of our producers that collaborate on the brand and support our initiatives. The Maluma name is a barrier to exclusivity, as it cannot be trademarked. It's the cultivar name. We have therefore decided to focus the current Maluma brand on growing the production of Maluma and supporting quality product into the new brand. Maluma will continue to exist, but we aim to achieve here is therefore just a third-tier product that is even more superior, Brand X. So Brand X is positioned there on the top, as you see. I brought a box, I don't know why, there's so many around me. Oh, sorry, I sometimes just say what I think and don't think. If I can explain you our proposed rebranding and levels of branding. At the bottom, we have Maluma Has, the cultivar, which had been registered a few years ago by Dr. Ander, well, a lot of years ago. So this is Maluma Has, packed and most likely sold as Has into the supermarket, which can also be sold as Maluma Has into the supermarket. Then in the second tier, it's something we call Certified Maluma. You'll see the Certified Maluma mark there to the left, and then, all behold, we have all these boxes here today. Thank you, Howard, for working through last night. But they are the new AfriPro Maluma Avo co-branded rebrand, and as AfriPro is a certified pack house, you'll see the co-branded box has the Certified Maluma trademark on all of them as well. So that's what it comes down to. Maluma packed according to the protocols would be the first level of branding. It's a business-to-business brand, but could also be a business-to-wholesale brand. And then on top at letter X, that is the cream of the crop. Only Maluma fruit from a certified pack house or from the certified brand can be packed into brand X, and these would go into ripening and triggered programs. So this would be the consumer brand on the shelf. With Maluma's heritage being Venda, we decided to stick to our Venda roots and chose a name derived from the Venda word for a chameleon. The dark skin with the superior coloring during ripening from green to deep purple black as a chameleon that adapts to its environment. It's just a bit slow like a chameleon, sorry. Sound? Sorry. Crick, crick. There we go. Yeah, it's just a bit shy. Thank you. Thank you, I appreciate. So, this came up very quickly. But we are very proud to announce that through this process of rebranding, we have successfully secured Vihavi as an exclusive to Woolworths product that will be launched during the 2020 season. So, there we go. Apart from that, in Europe, we have also now started setting up structures to move our Vihavi into the European supermarkets. During Logistica 2020, we've seen a great rise in prospects since 2019, with trial shipments lined up to key supermarkets as we speak. Our European partner is Yex, very like-minded, very with it, very moving forward. We love Yex. There's some illustrations for Yex and Vihavi. That would be a fruit sticker to your right. This is all illustrations, not final designs yet. And to your left, a fully branded Vihavi box for the European market. Then, Vihavi signed with the best PR company in South Africa, Brand Cartel. There we go. And will run campaigns this season, and they promise to deliver goosebumps with everything they do. And going forward, I want to introduce you to Isel Hofman. She's on a mission to change perception about food and to increase awareness of the benefits of eating the right foods and choosing a life of health and wellness. Did you know, for instance, that the humble sweet potato contains anti-inflammatory properties and regulates blood sugar levels, and that raw honey isn't simply a sweetener? I didn't. It has antifungal and antiviral properties as well. In Mindful Eating, Isel's cookbook, she encourages you to rethink what you put in your body and have fun, healthy ways, and demonstrates that living a healthy lifestyle doesn't mean that your diet needs to be boring and restricted, especially where vegetables are concerned, and fruit, of course. By sharing her recipes for energizing breakfast, quick weekday meals, sweet-baked goodies, classics with a healthy Isel-approved twist, she doesn't like all my recipes, and family favorites, amongst others, Isel aims to help you take back control of your well-being. If I could just ask you to maybe stand up. We've got her in our presence today. It's Isel Hofman, celebrity chef. She's on Groot Ontbyt. She will be our Vihavi ambassador. Thank you, Isel. So in conclusion, if you have any questions, please talk to Tace. He will be outside. I'll be busy. No, there's our contact details, and for any inquiries about the brand structure and opportunities, please don't hesitate to speak to myself or Tace. Thank you. Now we will have a short video on the program. You'll see Yex would have had a slot now. Unfortunately, they could not attend, but they did send us a little video. Thank you. Enjoy.
Good day, everybody. I'm Martijn de Graaf and I'm the founder of Yex. Yex belongs to the Best Fresh Group, and the Best Fresh Group is a business which is more than 90 years old, which is based in Holland. And we should visit the Maluma Symposium as well, but unfortunately, due to the coronavirus, we are not able to attend the special day over there in South Africa. Yex is an importer and exporter of exotic fruit and vegetables with avocados as one of the main items. The goal of Yex is making life easy and fun. The way we do that is to import and export fresh fruit and vegetables from mainly South America, Africa and Asia. We export those products mainly to Northwest Europe, thinking about countries like the Netherlands, Belgium and France, Scandinavia, Austria, Switzerland and a big important country for us, Germany. We sell our assortment in our brand Discovered. Discovered is there to inspire consumers in Europe to eat more exotic fresh fruit and vegetables. Our major item is avocado, and that's the main reason why I'm here, because today is the Maluma Symposium, and I'd like to tell you why we are interested with the Maluma variety. First of all, Maluma variety. It's our positive experience ourselves. Next to that, the most important is the positive experience of our customers. The best customer reaction was long life after cutting the avocado. Long life after stays green, much longer than the other varieties. Much longer than the other varieties. Second, positive reaction was positive. Small reaction was people can get a lot of the same amount of money as they pay for olives. The third is dark color after ripening. It ripens after ripening. The dark color makes the consumer know that the avocado is perfectly ripe. All these advantages makes us all proud to sell Maluma variety. We like to be the main partner for the Maluma future in Europe. Thank you all, and I wish together and I wish Maluma a very big success in the future. I wish you all a very nice symposium. I wish you all a very nice symposium and have a nice day.
Thank you, Martijn. I know you're watching on the YouTube live stream. That was a wonderful video. Then, next, I want to introduce Inge Liebenberg. She is from Brand Cartel, our PR company, and she would like to just have a few words. Thank you.
Sure. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think the last time I was in front of such a big hall of people was in my matric year when I won the National Arctic of Fear debate competition. So this kind of brings back some memories. Thank you so much to Donovan and Zander and for the whole team for having us here this year as well. We are exceptionally privileged to be part of this amazing team, and we really do have so many exciting things in the pipeline. I think today I literally felt like I was sitting back in school with everything I learned, very confusing, and I'm definitely going to enjoy my avo on toast a lot more now that I know what actually goes into everything. So yeah, just to tell you guys a little bit more about Brand Cartel, we are all the way back in Joburg, so a lot cooler than it is this side of the world. But yeah, we've been around for about 10 years now. We are a specialized marketing agency. So where our specialty lies is that we aren't just niche in a specific area, where some agencies specialize in PR, others would go more towards the social media, but we are literally a full service agency. So we have a specialized PR department, we have our digital advertising side, we have our web development team, our SEO team, and then of course we have an online print facility on site. We can print avo curtains if you guys would like in future. We can do that. So everything is situated in our Bryanston office in Johannesburg. So I just want to move around a bit. I feel very in church today. So to let you guys know what we have planned. So our presentation is a lot more condensed than we did when Donovan and Zander joined us in our office. So just to give you some context, Izal was also there that day, and I think Donovan and Zander can agree, an avo quiche like Izal made that day, you will never taste in your life. I think Donovan, you can actually, yeah, definitely. So hopefully that is something that you guys will be able to experience as the year goes on. So we're exceptionally excited to embark on this first 4-month campaign with Viavi, which is amazing. So just to show you guys a little bit more, this is just exactly what I told you guys. Very different, very out of the box. We think a lot different than other agencies do. We take things a little step further, and we don't just embark on a short-term campaign with our clients. We want to become strategic partners with them, to take things further and to make sure that the brand grows with us. So just to give you an idea of some of our other clients that we work on, you have agencies that specialize more specifically in a certain direction. Now, ladies and gents, the one thing I can tell you, the most difficult thing in this world to market is a mall. No jokes. It literally is the most difficult thing. So we have a lot of the redefined malls, the Property Group, Hyprop. We also specialize in a few of the luxury brands, Cruises International, Babor Skincare International. Then we have a lot of others that came on board. We have recently also signed on with John Deere for a campaign, which we're very, very excited about. So everything is fitting in very nicely. And then we are also, as you can see there, we also work with telecommunications companies in Africa, Smile, Tanzania, and Nigeria. And then, of course, we also have Cotton On, which recently joined us, the clothing brand, and then also a few other luxury brands. This is just a very small stable of our clients at the moment. So as you can see, a very vast majority and variety our jobs are never ever boring. We have fun every day, and we absolutely blow things out of the water, which people sometimes frown upon, but that's where we have the fun. Just to show you our team, this is Brand Cartel. So just to show you, in the middle are our 3 directors, our 3 fearless leaders. Dylan, Marco, and Renata started Brand Cartel by literally stealing Wi-Fi from where they can, and everything. If someone asked them, can you guys build a website? Yes, we can, and they Googled it and they did it. So they built this business up from a very young age. We are a very young team, but under the leadership of those 3, we are literally the best in what we specialize in. Then, of course, the rest of our team, of course, consists of client service. Me, myself, I'm in client service, senior account manager at Brand Cartel. Then we also have our sales team, our PR team, our web team, and I know it looks like a very small team, but small teams make big miracles, that much I can tell you. Then just to give you a little background on public relations, this is specifically where we will come in with Viavi running campaigns and public relations for the brand. So as you are all used to public relations, I started my life out in a newsroom. I studied journalism as well. And the thing you think public relations, someone sends a press release. Lands up in your spam, you don't read it, you don't care. That is literally what people think of when they hear PR. Another thing that people always think when it comes to marketing and public relations is literally hand out a flyer, do this, do that. Things have changed quite significantly. If you just take how social media has changed over the past few years, it is quite hectic. And if we don't keep up with the trends, our brands get lost. So this is where we aim to change things, and we have some very exciting things in the pipeline here. So firstly, our first campaign with Viavi, which I'm not going to reveal too much about, we were initially going to embark first on a 3-month campaign, then a 6-month, but we have settled for a 4-month for now. So what we usually do is for each brand that we bring on board, we make sure that we develop creative campaigns, and then of course also bring in a media partner with those specific brands. Reason being for that, when you think of public relations, people like to see other people enjoying a service, enjoying a brand, but also there has to be third-party validation with whatever you do. If your brand is not known and your name is not out there, you are not going to get people to buy it as often as they should. So again there, we also then assist in the brand awareness, expanding your footprint, and again, by coupling your name onto different brands as well, it gives you that bigger reach and people get to know everything a little bit faster. So just here, in terms of how we do public relations, so yes, we do traditional PR, where we have our press releases. The one thing is, and what we like to call, we don't spray on a press release. So we physically design a press release, we have a targeted media list that we send it to, and we make it fun and interesting. People don't read, they like pictures. That is how it works. So at the end of the day, we are also going to run with the hashtag engineered by nature. That is our campaign we will be starting off with. So from there, we would really like to create video content. We will engage people. It's going to be fresh content using local celebrities. In this case, our first campaign will be starting off with the wonderful Izal. I will tell you a little bit more I would like to add on to Donovan's story. Then just from there, we are going to shoot exciting video content, and you are not going to believe what we are going to tell you right now. You're going to think we're completely crazy, but this is how it's going to be. And then, of course, from there, we're also going to do specified media drops for media. So what that entails, we're going to get some funky things like your little bag that you got today. If you were typically a media person that would come to an event, that is something you would get. But something exciting like we got amazing phone covers. I hope everyone's is on already. I think that is amazing. So thank you guys. But striving towards things like that, giving them unique little gifts that always keeps the brand top of mind. Right, so now into the fun part. I actually kind of smiled a little bit when I looked at Donovan's presentation as well. The longer post slice life, we have all of that right there. So not running through all of that again with you. But yeah, it's very important for consumers to know about the education. I think my biggest lol moment in the boardroom was when we chatted about the avos, and my big thing is when I want to feel if they're ripe, I poke them. Yeah. I think Donovan gave me the death stare that I've never had in my life when I said I still poke an avo. But that's the thing. The consumers don't know. They are not educated in how to look for the perfect avo. They don't trust. It's like, I don't know if you guys, all of you might have seen on Facebook, there was a meme going around saying it's a little avo standing there. Then it says, not yet, not yet, not yet, too late. And that's literally how it goes, because you're just waiting for that perfect avo, and then when you think it's ripe, you lose it. So this is something we would really like to educate media in a fun and engaging way where they want to write it and get some angles around an avo that is interesting to people. Today, what we've seen and what we've learned here, specifically I think Nicole, my colleagues that is here with me today, we were in awe of everything you guys presented, so I feel very light and fluffy with all the scientific facts that we've gotten today. So again, that is very important from that point of view, but to the media, we need a specific lifestyle angle to sell the brand to the best of its ability, and how we are going to do it is as follows. So, I would like to know by a show of hands, who of you know the brand You Cook or Green Pan? Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So this is where the fun comes in. So You Cook is something for the very lazy city people, including ourselves. It really is amazing. They come and drop your little box off with all your ingredients that you have. You make an amazing dinner, and so you also learn to actually cook a new dish. It's taken flights in Johannesburg like you cannot believe. People love it. Green Pan, on the other hand, that is one of the best ceramic pans in the world that you can get. It's actually reinforced and coated with real diamonds. So it's completely toxin-free. There's a big movement around it. It's been around for quite a while. The product was developed in Belgium. So again here, not doing well in South Africa at the moment because no one knows the brand. Quite expensive as well, again, higher LSM, which is something that we like to speak to all demographics, but you have to always remember, with your brand, you want it to be collaborated with something of that same stature, that you always keep that premium and that cream of the crop, like Donovan said, exactly what we are going to do here. So what we would like to do, I'm just going to skip this for now, so here's the fun. Okay, so what we are going to do a YouTube series with Izal. So, have you guys ever thought of the prospect of making an Avo milk tart, Avo milkshakes, Avo peppermint crisp tarts, chickpea malva pudding with Avo ice cream, or Avo Dom Pedro's? I can see a lot of shocked disbelief, but this is something where people are going to talk. So just to give you a little bit of background, so Izal was born with congenital hip dysplasia as well. She went through 14 hip operations. The doctors told her she will never walk again. Izal ate herself to health. No jokes, you guys can chat to her. Please go and buy a book, go and look for yourself. Literally, that is what happened. She just learned the science behind food. What is anti-inflammatory, that type of thing. So again, we know avos are extremely healthy, but we all are very conscious of our weight these days. People are starting living more vegan. They really want to move towards the healthy lifestyle, especially in Woolworths. I mean, you have that whole vegan section that I want to fall on my back when I see the price, but that's the way the world is going. So what we aim to do here, we are going to do a YouTube series consisting of 4 episodes. So the nice thing here is Izal will cook in the kitchen of either her choice. It's either going to be by her, different venue. We're still brainstorming around it, so we're going to have a meeting after today. Then Zander and Donovan, hopefully you guys will come where it's cooler. So yeah, we will chat a bit more about that, but that is the idea. So from here on, Izal has a massive following in South Africa. Please do yourself a favor and go and look at her Instagram. So what happens with PR? The minute that specific celebrity or influencer puts that onto their social channels, it starts reaching their audience. Then a target audience starts resonating with the specific brand and a specific person. So see where that's going. People start trusting third-party validation. But the nice thing here is the recipes will then be sent on that Izal curates with these amazing VRV avos. That will be sent to media. That is engaging. Media will start writing about it. And what do we get trending? Our hashtag engineered by nature. I know some of us, for example, I know a lot of people that are not on social media, that don't follow it, not interested, but this is how you market a lot of things today. And a lot of people follow that. The first thing they're going to look at, do you have a Facebook page? Second thing they look at, do you have a website? And then the last thing, they look at who you associate with. So we have the perfect brand ambassador to do that with, and then the fantastic recipes that will come out. But we will keep you in the loop of what is happening. There will be little snippets and promo videos you can keep an eye out for. So that will be happening soon. And then also from here, just to again emphasize the whole fact where all the brand collaborations come from. We have brand collaborations like I've mentioned, Green Pan, Le Creuset, and then Illy. And something that has hit home with me as well on Donovan's presentation, it was the housewife, what was that exact line? That last line on your presentation about the housewife? Yes, perfect companion for that thing, that last line. But anyway, the thing is, with this specifically, what do people do? They cook, they love to be with family, they love to around a dinner table, and this is what we would like to make sure that VRV is associated with. You want to go and buy only that because it's only the best. And what do you want to give to your family? You always want to give them only the best. So I would like to encourage you guys. This is very short, very condensed version. I was put on the spot today. I didn't even have a slot, but now I have one. So please keep an eye out, guys. I think Donovan and Zander, the whole team, you guys are doing an amazing job. Thank you for bringing us on board, and we can't wait to blow your socks off when those first videos hit. Thank you very much, ladies and gents.
Baie dankie Inke, waardeer. Ons mic is bekeer.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, so they're just going to switch the power back on. I think maybe I have a 1 minute stretch of legs here because we're way past lunch. We're a bit late on the program. So if you want to quickly get up, stretch your legs, then we can carry on from there.
Ag, is nie nodig.
Nee, as Paul wil, maar
Nie nodig.
As nee, Paul kan as Paul wil. Dis nie probleem. Toeristen. Okay, I think we're ready. Thanks, everyone. Get them now. Okay.
Right, I think everybody has stretched. Can I get your attention, please? Right, just to introduce Zander, optimizing on efficiency production through trellising with Maluma. I think it's a known topic that he's been on with for quite some time. I just thought, after this exciting announcement, that Donovan asked me that I just introduce Zander also now as the next speaker, and it's for me a great honor to do so. Just to give you some background, when Zander was in what we referred to years ago as Standard 9, that I think is grade 11 now, he said to me, Dad, there's no room for me in farming. Edron is already there, so I won't come farming. I said, well, it's no problem. My policy was, you could study what you like, and if you want to come in the business, just come and add value. Then he decided to go study marketing. And in his honors year, I was invited to talk about Maluma in New Zealand. And it just happened that during that year, just prior to my invitation, he said to me, Dad, is there still room on the farm? I think I'm reconsidering. I said, great. While you're studying marketing, join me. And actually, we went also to New Zealand to finalize the, let's call it the master license for Maluma in Australia. And he joined me. And came back, well, went with the passion that he has, came back with more passion, and the result is today the contribution and the added value within our business. Zander, thank you very much, and congratulations what you've achieved here today.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, I'm going to try and skip through this as quickly as possible. I think the fortunate thing is a lot of what I'm saying is actually repetition from the previous years because I try and do a recap, keep the same flow, and just build in the new data. So I don't want to run over too much and waste too much time. So basically, as an introduction, I believe, and this is a quote from Rodrigo that's been quoted a few times today, a key to our production is improved pruning practices. Yet to do this, we need a better understanding of the bearing pattern of the fruit tree. Trellising provides a crucial first step as the visual identification of branches are simplified and complexity increased. In most fruit crops, trellising has shown to improve production beyond the previous known measures. Avocados moved from 200 to 400 trees per hectare. Major improvements were seen in production, but major negative effects on alternate bearing. I explained it yesterday in the orchards. You tend to find this thing where alternate bearing, so you'll have normal production, you build up to a good production, let's call it 15 to 20 tons, and it drops back to, let's say, 8. The next time it will go maybe higher, but it will drop further. So your amplitudes just keep jumping higher and higher and higher, so the alternate bearing actually gets worse. South Africa has a warm climate, so it's not really favorable for high density plantings and ultra high density plantings with the normal or the older cultivars like Fierty and Hass. So more precocious, high density cultivars, new generation cultivars are what we need. So we need a less complex and smaller tree, but we need limbs to produce fruit. And that becomes one of the major challenges once you start going into high density plantings. It's a major micromanagement objective. You want to increase production, the accuracy of tree management, preventing and managing alternate bearing and harnessing the full potential of the tree. So it's all about being able to identify small things in the tree instead of looking at the big tree as a unit. So you take the unit down to a smaller level. The biggest threat to avocado trellis is growth vigor. I think to production as a whole is growth vigor. So the major assumption with avocado is that it cannot be put through rigorous pruning, as that puts you into a negative effect on production and growth vigor. So why trellising? A micromanagement objective, pushing the boundaries of production. We want to improve yield per hectare, productive branches of Maluma, and the new generation cultivars. We want to stimulate that, increase the efficiency of production, improve return on investment, improve cubic production capacity of the tree, and efficient yield, as was mentioned before, speed up time to full crop potential, and manage alternate bearing. So again, why trellising? This is what 6 month to 8 month old tree looked like during fruit set last year. So you can see how the weight of just the fruit set is bending down those branches. So we have with apples that you need to solux, with avos we need to pick up those branches. Those branches get sunburned, they get damaged, and it prevents, it takes you into the small fruit scenario, and again, alternate bearing. Trellising on avocados, what makes it different? A few things there. I think one thing that is a positive or a negative, a deal breaker, is the natural synleptic angle. So the attachment angle where the branch ties up onto the tree, that is the crucial part. So with apples, for example, I'll quote it later on again, they look at the moment you move beyond the horizontal, you have a negative effect on production because it creates overshadowing of the bottom of the tree. And that was the major reason why we went into trellising. So where are we today? So by end of 2019, we've established 17 hectares of commercial trellising. And by, well, this year, 15 hectares of that is already in production with the rate at which the trees get into production. And by the end of 2021, we should be about 29 hectares. I think it will actually maybe be higher than that even. Materials and methods. So I use 2 orchards as a control, all high density products, orchards. and trials. I just might mention that I've always wondered what a brain fart is, and then Donovan did this. Bleh. So, so now I know. So a few years back, Lawrence helped us to construct the first commercial trellising. It was a bit of an afterthought. Trees were quite big. We did a repetition down the orchard, so 150 millimeters, 200 millimeters, 300, and then that repeating down the orchard. It's too difficult to do a randomized plot, but at least build in some repetition and cancel out the negative effects, all the variables. So now it's stuck. Okay, the ideal size to start training, you could see here that was basically the younger trees in that first orchard, how well they reacted. And this was taken last week, and you can see more or less hip height is not a bad height to start. It's just easier because that lateral branching is less diversified, so you can actually attach it a lot faster, and you have to actually prune less when you do it early. So you could see the first year we had to do very, very hard pruning, almost, you know, to the bit that it scared us. Most of you have seen these photos, so I'm just going to go through them. But look at the reaction that we had on pruning. Again, major, major excitement. A lot of you have seen these photos, so to save time, I'm just running through. Results and discussion, so this is where it gets very interesting. So because the two of the controls were dropping us a little bit, I brought in our best performer on that farm. Now the farm on which the first commercial trellis block was put in has gone through quite bad seasons, if you want to call it that. It's only at a point now that the production is starting to pick up, but as you all know, it's on year. So it is one of our more difficult farms. But the production looked good. So this is a lot of detail to go through, so I'll rather take you to this graph. Now, that was what we initially calculated and what made us happy to look into trellising. That was the initial trial of about 60 trees that we did. Now, when you look at this, I won't go through all the facts, but you have a 36% increase on our best performing block. And some of you would know that we do a calculation because up until now the trees haven't actually filled the wires up until the top. The guys that saw it yesterday would have seen it closed at the top now, but at flowering last year we still had huge gaps within the trees. So we've always said that probably until year 2 or 3 we'd be able to have gone to a higher planting. Now those of you that were here last year would remember that Adrian said the problem of going to this density is that your tree cost go up. Your development costs, you know, the two most expensive parts of establishing an orchard is actually soil preparation, irrigation, and the trees. So the trees exponentially have a negative effect on that. But now seeing these figures, you know, things are starting to look a bit different. And I think this is something that we seriously need to consider. Obviously, the question is what happens after year 3, because that's a nice theoretical calculation. But I mean, even if it was there after year 3, it would be a nice thing to try and do. So what this just shows you is what the range of production is per tree, kilogram per tree. That was year 1. So you could see pretty neatly stacked. Top performer was the 300. But in terms of average production, the 200 millimeter spacing was the best. Following year, again, 300 was performing. It had the highest outlier, and average was pretty much tied in. But because that was looking the best, we went on 300 for most of our other trials. This was the Tatura, so the V-style trellis, which also gave me big hope. Then this year's figures, suddenly on the Tatura we have 0 values, so that is not a good thing. So that would mean trees that didn't produce. The averages stayed pretty much the same, but what is interesting is look at what the top performers went to. So now with a normal orchard, I would say we're running into problems here because, you know, the orchard's stabilizing. But the fact that we have the ability to micromanage puts us in a position where we can theoretically model these trees. So we need to go and look at why these trees are performing so well and why the others aren't, and basically model on those trees. Size distribution, this was last year's production, so 10-year average on Maluma, and we peaked solidly on account 12. You could see how it just pulled it very narrow. Now remember, at this point the orchard was on its second crop, so that would be a size smaller. But I mean, if you pull that up to count 14, you know, even if it just moves one count size, it's very neat. But I like the fact that it was pulling it closer. It isn't this broad range in count. Quality, every time we walk into the orchard, people ask me, sunburn, you know, isn't there a problem with sunburn? So that was the quality that we had, 10-year average, and this is what the trellis gave us. So it's very comparable. So on the sunburn, I'll comment on that later. I'm not going to mention it here. We started with trials with growth regulators, but there's a point where I need to realize that I'm not the best researcher. So Steve Oosthuizen has started with trials now, so I think we'll start seeing better results than this. Vertical trellis pros, I think the biggest thing to discuss here is that it's a lot easier to manage than the Tatura trellis. Just in terms of pruning the top branches on a diagonal system, which side do you go into the ladder, you know, where do you drop off? Tatura trellis, this is complex. You need to focus, and I think our biggest challenge here is the more you open up an avocado tree, the more vertical branches you get growing, the more water shoots you get growing upright. So that would be the biggest challenge with this. But the main benefit of this is spatial utilization. You fill surface area-wise, you fill a bigger area of your orchard and on cubic capacity. So increased flowering, a lot of you have seen these photos, the flowering along the branch, the things that make us excited, sorry. Just paging through it, I really just want to try and save time. So phototropism, it's the natural tendency of the tree to grow towards sunlight, and that is one of the reasons why we don't see worse backouts on the fruit. I spoke to someone, can't remember who it was, that's involved in apple farming the other day, and you have to remember that when they do a summer pruning, they thin out to actually get color on sunlight onto the fruit. So with us, at the moment, we do one hard pruning just before flower, well, just after harvest, and then from there on, I basically just tie on the wires. I completely stop pruning. So I prune once a year, and that helps that we don't get sunburn on the fruit. So you could see the, branches growing towards the sunlight there. Again, year 2, what the crop was looking like. You'll notice the clusters. So that to me says fruit set percentage also went up on one flower or in inflorescence. Production sustainability, and this is where trellising becomes important to me, because you need to manage alternate bearing, and you need to get the ability to get movement back on the branch and keep crop throughout the tree. So you could see these little buds growing there, and those things develop into nice flower, and that is what we want to stimulate on the branches. The ability to micromanage, selective pruning, and go back to a selectic branch. The same year, you have the ability either to rejuvenate, so let's say that was an older branch, cut that back, tie this one up, or, what we do at the moment, this is still juvenile, and I don't want growth down into the next wire. You need sunlight on that bottom wire. So one thing that we do at the moment is we cut all the branches that grow downwards, so that opens up the tree. So it's very easy to show someone anything that goes down, you have to cut that. It's a lot easier than sending someone into a big tree. Again, selective pruning, you won't see it clearly there, but that's a branch that had a lot of fruit on it this year. So we took that photo last week, and it's very easy to point out to people that branch is an unhealthy branch, go and prune that. So selective pruning just becomes very, very easy with the system. Again, older branches that go down, and you could see there's a nice new vegetative shoot, and all I did was I bent it down onto the wire. Again, you know, bud development, what I explained. And this made me very excited. And right after this, I got the worst bee sting of my life. So I will always remember this little flush. So I was busy explaining to Rodrigo how wonderful this little thing is, and a bee got me on my lip. And yeah, after injection, and so I slept quite well. But anyway, the nice thing here is, it's maybe a bit difficult to see this on the photo, but so the tree is on this side and it's growing that way. And theoretically, production is only from this point onwards. That's where production would be on a normal tree. And what excites me is this new development that came back on an empty branch. So it shows that even the older branches are rejuvenating themselves without too much manipulation. So the question here is, what caused this? And my assumption is sunlight. So how do we manage sunlight in our trees? Structure and spatial utilization, this is crucial, and this is something that we need to put a lot of work in how do we optimize on this. So again, you could see the gaps there. So this was last year, pretty much September, October. So that's why I say there's potential to go to a higher density. You want to fill those gaps a lot faster. Gaps there. Okay, then optimal tree height and density. Our trellis was set up on 2.1 meters, 2.4 meters, density 4 by 2. And theoretically, all of this we need to rethink. Should we still be on an 80% principle of row width? I believe we should go closer. The fact that the tree is a lot narrower means the bottom of the next tree is getting sunlight. On apples, they're going to 100% of tree row width in tree height. So there is a few things that we can do. What do I believe we got wrong? We were obsessive about thinly trained trees. We wanted it to be very neat. So we perfectly got all these branches on the wires, and 6 months later you were there and the trees were flat like this. So we now, you know, spending more time in other orchards and things, we realized we could actually let it grow out a bit by just structuring it properly. Tree height, obviously we can work on that. Accuracy of task and timing. So pruning, for example, we were about 2 months later in the previous production than the year before. And we definitely, I believe the fact that the crop didn't go up exponentially means that, well, it's a result of not getting the pruning timing right. So we need to get that earlier and get it precise again like the year before. Labor training, I had one guy, you know, if he was busy somewhere else, then everything stood still. So now, because we gained more hectares, I have a team of 5 people, and that's all they do. So this guy is a permanent laborer, and I bring in 4 temporary guys. It's a quick education of them, and then they run and they do it. It's not too complicated. And he runs behind them and checks the task. So scale optimization, I spoke about it. It's crucial to increase the hectare reach. For us, I believe you need at least 10% of your business to be something like this that's a new venture, because otherwise you don't spend time on it. It just becomes a sideline thing and you just go there once in a blue moon. Just in this little time, you know, let's call it 6 months that we've established all these new orchards, already the focus is improving and it's a lot better. Even the labor productivity is going up. The angle of the Tatura, definitely something that I want to look at. You know, initially we did on a 17-degree angle from the vertical. I moved down to a 13, so I have 1 hectare that's on a 13-degree. And theoretically, I think we can even keep it more upright. So instead of going to 3 by 1, you actually bring the trees just narrower and just still split 1 tree. But getting that angle right. Density is a big question. And I've never put in wires further apart than 300 millimeters. And I think I need to investigate maybe going to 400 and 450 and just see what the results are. So to show you the comparison, that was how we pruned the first year, and this is how we're pruning now. You could see we're leaving a lot more on the tree, and I think we'll get the results in that. Our trellis stick box, I think slowly we're getting to a point that we say this works. And it's obviously a learning curve. So I've said most of that. Our way forward, angles, row direction. I think we need to play with row direction. especially with the Tatura, theoretically, if you have a V system like that and the sun goes across it, you will have more shading in the middle than maybe directing it with the flow of the sun. So that's maybe something that we can consider. So we've put in our first orchard of 2,500 trees to a hectare. You guys have seen it last year, but you'll visit it again tomorrow. And then looking at labor efficiency. I've mentioned this, and I've said, we need to trial different angles. In conclusion, I just feel like there's a slide. Oh no, there it is. Okay, trellising new generation precocious cultivars like Maluma is successful. I do believe it. Personally, for me, there's no way in turning around. What is a new generation cultivar? Lamass, Pinkerton, Maluma, Gem, Reed. That's the 5 that I currently believe in. I might miss something, but then it's purely because I don't know enough about it. Even in warm climates with semi-dwarfing cultivars can be trellised, enables micromanagement and production planning. Optimal light penetration Tatura is expected to be the preferential system, but we need to refine it. Increase in production not yet equal to increase in flowering, so we definitely irrigation, nutrition-wise, need to step up what we're doing. We had a nutrition workshop yesterday with 3 entities, Elim, Agrilibrium, and Liberty. And I think our idea basically is to work closer with these companies and do proper trials and see what we can get going. And how we improve on that. Vegetative growth under control, it's not a threat at all. You'll see it again tomorrow. And production has significantly improved through trellising. Just want to show you this, and Mary Lou actually sort of touched on it, but when you look at this, and this is something that I put up in 2016, and I need to refer back to it, and I was so excited when I picked this up on Saturday, is when you look at where avocados is on this, we actually somewhere between the 1950s and 60s compared to apples. That's how far we are behind the curve. It's scary to think of it. When you look at Mary Lou's presentation about cultivars, you can't help but think it's much the same even with cultivar breeding and selection. If you look at production, wow, it's the same. It's where avocados are at the moment, 15 to 14 tons a hectare. And then when you go and look at what changed over time, then we need to think, how do we progressively get there? And how can we close this, 60, 70-year gap in a shorter time? So, yeah, buy a donkey. We always mock with the English guys. That's all the tourists. It's the best way to teach them to say, buy a donkey. All right, thanks. Hello. I was so excited I nearly forgot to introduce Adrian. So again, I want to apologize for running so late, but I think hopefully you all understand that we want to try and fit everything in, but it's almost becoming an habit. So I think next year on the program we'll put lunch at 12 o'clock and maybe we'll be in time. But anyway, thank you for waiting. Adrian will be presenting on the economics and specifically looking at the trellising and continuing his work from last year. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Zander. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to try to be quick. Fortunately, there's a lot of overlap between my talk and Zander's, so I won't go into too much detail with what he's been discussing with you. So the main reason for my talk today is just to give you a bit of an update on the trailers as it relates to the economic part of it. Does it make sense financially? So just to give you some figures, I've been talking about this. Let me just stand a bit more this side. I've been talking about this, I think, for the past 2 years. So I'm not going to discuss everything again. There's a lot of repetition from previous ones. So those of you that have seen my previous talks on the topic will recognize a lot. I've just updated some of the figures. So basically, when we're establishing new orchards, we have to, as farmers, make a couple of decisions. Those are the decisions. Mainly, what cultivar are we going to plant, what rootstock, what's our density going to be, our spacing, which irrigation system are we going to use, are we going to go for micro drip irrigation, are we going to be ridging, so that sort of goes hand in hand. And then netting for different reasons, maybe for trying to get better quality fruit, maybe you're in a hail-prone area. And then also, basically, the topic for my talk and Zander's is, what about trellis? Is this perhaps the future? So there's a couple of advantages and disadvantages. I'm not going to go through everything there, but basically what I want to speak about is a little bit later in my talk, just quickly about trellis being a platform for mechanization or automation. Then the other thing is we're looking mainly at the disadvantages. Is trellis has a higher initial capital cost. You have to put up the structures, and that costs something. There's also a higher labor utilization, and you obviously, if you're going to go to higher densities, you're going to need more trees. So it's basically a cost consideration then. So I've put up the methodology as it was previously, just drawn lines through it. We've changed the methodology a bit from last year. We used to say, okay, when we're going to look at the break-even point, we're going to use 800 trees per hectare on a conventional system as the benchmark. We've since decided that it's going to make more sense to rather use a conventional 4x2, which is 1,250 trees per hectare as a benchmark. Zander has mentioned that, and I believe he also gave the reasons for his decision to rather benchmark to the same density. And then what we're going to do is we're going to compare that benchmark with the same density but on trellis, and then also the higher density of 3 by 1.5 also on trellis. The reasoning, as Zander also said, for the 3 by 1.5 is that we're now in the 4th year of the 1,250 trees per hectare, and we've only now started filling the spaces between the trees properly. So it would make sense to look at the 3 by 1.5 to get those spaces filled quicker initially. So obviously the reason for the study is to determine if the trellis breaks even with a benchmark, which is the conventional system, and if it does, when does it do it? And then also, what's the effect of trellis on long-term yield and income in comparison with your conventional benchmark? So in doing that, we make a couple of assumptions. So the tree price as it currently stands for clonal trees, 180 Rand per tree. The price for fruit, the average price, we're working on 16 Rand per kilogram as an average. Then the interest rate, or the discount rate, if you will, that we're using is 11% per year. That's just to pull everything to a present value, just to account for the time value of money. Then labor cost, our current minimum wage is 18.68 Rand per hour. So the conventional 1,250 trees per hectare, obviously we're not looking at all the costs, we're looking only at the costs that will differ between plant densities and between different systems. So that's basically just the tree cost, the construction of the trellis, and the fertilizer application, and also the pruning that you use. So on conventional orchard, on the 1250, our benchmark, this is the tree cost for 1250 trees. That's the fertilizer you're going to use. This is not trellis, so there's no cost for trellis there. And from the second harvest, which would be year 3, we would start with mechanical pruning as well. This is actual figures from our benchmark block. So the first harvest was a little over 5 tons per hectare. Then on the second harvest, 10.4 tons per hectare. And the estimate for the third harvest is just a little under 8.8 tons per hectare. And you can see that the reasoning for the drop there in yield was small trees bearing a very heavy crop the previous year. Those are the income figures, just calculated on the price per kilogram that I mentioned as our assumptions, times the amount of kilograms. So that's just simplified. Then when we do our comparison, we go to the trellised 1250 trees. So the spacing is the same, the density is the same. It's just trellis system versus the conventional system. So what I want you to focus on is just that part there, which is the additional costs over and above the benchmark. So that's what you're going to spend extra to do the trellising. So the trellis construction would be, it would differ somewhat, but that's our worst case that we've seen is about 59,000 Rand per hectare for putting up the structure and everything. Then in terms of labor costs during the subsequent years, we work on about 1 laborer per 4.5 hectares on conventional systems. And on the trellising, we work on 1 labor for about 3 to 3.5 hectares. So there's a bit more labor involved. So that figure is the per hectare extra in terms of labor costs for the trellising. Then, as you have seen in the previous slide, on a conventional orchard, by the second harvest, we should usually start to do mechanical pruning. Now, mechanical pruning is just basically where you're coming in with tractor and mechanical implements. It's the part that's not the hand pruning. So on the trellising, we do nothing of that. So we subtract that cost because it's not something we're going to do on the trellising, which we are doing on the conventional. And the interesting part here is just by us not doing the mechanical pruning, we're actually more than offsetting the increased labor cost already. So in terms of the income part, those are the production figures, the total production figures for our trellised trial block. And you can see it started off on the first harvest as about 3.3 tons per hectare, then moved to 16.5. And then our estimate for the third harvest, we're now in the third harvest in 2020. So our estimate for that crop is just below 13 tons per hectare. So next year I'll be able to report on what the actual figure was there. But going on that, we can see that our additional production from the conventional was actually, we had less production in the first harvest, and then it increased on the second harvest and increased on the estimate for the third harvest as well. So if we convert that to figures, our additional income would be that. And if we take all of that into account as a net present value figure, we can see that somewhere between the second and the third harvest is where our break-even point lies on the 1,250 trellised. So basically the same thing if we go to 3 by 1.5. Now, as Zander said, We do not have any 3 by 1.5, but when we extrapolate the 4 by 2 spacing figures to the 3 by 1.5, this is basically what we get. So everything here is estimates. There's no actual figures, so please keep that in mind. But if we do that, then we can see the break-even point is more or less at the same point, also between the second and the third harvest. Obviously, much increased cost in terms of the trellis construction, but also you can see because we go for higher density, also increased tree cost and also increased fertilizer cost. So if we put it on a graph, that shows basically the net present value over time of the project, and that's the 1,250 trellised is that line, and that's the 2,222 trellised that line. So you can see, although they're breaking even basically at the same time, just between the second and the third harvest, you can see the slope of the line on the higher density is much higher. So the question here is, what is this going to do in terms of actual figures on the third harvest for the 1,250? And if we start trials on the 3 by 1.5, it would be quite interesting to see what realizes actually. Sorry, and also the other question that we have here is, going forward, what's going to happen with this line? Is it going to continue on this slope for a while? Or when is it going to flatten off? Is it going to drop at some time? So that's all questions that only time will tell. So the other thing is that there's obviously the concern in terms of the increased labor utilization with trellis. So what we are also seeing in terms of harvest efficiency is that on a conventional orchard, we're working on just below about R2.50 is what is realized in terms of our labor cost per bag harvested. So that's what it costs us to harvest a bag on our reference orchard in terms of labor cost. And in terms of the trellis, you can see it's R2 per bag harvested. So from trellised, conventional, you can see a conventional orchard costs you 25% more in terms of your labor cost to harvest. And that's just simply because a trellis tree is much easier to harvest and much quicker to harvest. So that's just for interest's sake. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here. Zander has also spoken about that, but what we're still learning is what's the longer term going to hold for us in terms of trellis production. How should our training systems be managed? So how specifically should we be pruning and all that? Which system, which trellising or training system is the best to use, specifically also under different circumstances, and what plant density would be best. Also, we're looking at different rootstocks. You would also have noticed in the timeline of the apples that Zander put up that a lot of their increased production also came from better rootstocks. So we've put in a semi-commercial rootstock trial of all the rootstocks that Alles Beste Nursery is currently looking at trialing. And this is just photos of the trial block there, and this block will also be put on trellis so that we can also evaluate the effects of those rootstocks on the trellising. So that's something interesting to look forward to as well, that we might learn in future. The other thing that I mentioned earlier is looking at automation and mechanization. The nice thing about a trellis system is it provides a fantastic platform to make it easier to go for automation and mechanization systems. So this is just a little rover robot that can drive through your orchard autonomously you just give it the path and it drives through, and it's got a little gimbal arm on there for stability with a camera mounted on it, and it goes through all the rows, and it takes a nice panorama like this. And it's a bit hard to see on the projector here, but it can then run this through an algorithm, and it can pick up the fruit there. And this is something nice if you would like to do like automated crop estimates. You run the rover through there, and it can do a crop estimate for you. And the nice thing about the trellising is because the trees are pulled sort of two-dimensional, it's much easier to see the fruit for the camera to capture the fruit. And less fruit are hidden behind branches and leaves like you would in a three-dimensional tree. So it makes it possible. The other thing is this is a harvesting robot on apples. These things are still very much in development phase, but this is the future. This is where farming is heading. So that's the nice thing. You can see this is trellised apple, and you've got a robot going through and with the arm identifying the apples, picking the apple from the tree, dropping it in a little funnel there, and it goes down into a bin. So obviously the Apple guys are looking at these things, and if trellis is going to work for us for other reasons, this is going to be a nice platform and a significant advantage for us in the avocado industry as well, that we would be able to utilize these things as well. Okay, so the take-home message is basically that we can see that the increased cost associated with trellising can be offset by the third harvest when you're using precocious cultivars. Then also higher density plantings make the expensive capital layout more affordable. So it's a bit easier to justify the cost that way. But there's a sweet spot. So you obviously can't go higher and higher in terms of densities. You will get a crowding effect in the end. So I think our task with our trial is to try and identify where that is, at least with the current genetic material that we have. Then also, the trellis provides a very convenient platform for modern farming in terms of automated crop estimations, robotic harvesting, chemical application by drones, and all those things that are coming. Yeah, and that's basically my story. I think we just delayed lunch by about an hour, so hopefully you're not too hungry. But thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Adrian. So, yeah, I think just before we all jump up and hurry out, I made a joke in the office the other day with the girls in the financial department. And I said, yeah, Newton's third law states that for every action there's a reaction. So in our business, I tend to be the one that runs away with ideas, and I think my dad even more these days. But we tend to pull in one direction and just go flat out. And Adrian tends to be the one that always, you know, calms us down, or, you know, pulls us back a little, or, you know, gets us in line. So Adrian is the balancing factor a lot of times for our stupidity or something, I don't know. But I think what I would just quickly like to do is to give you background. I think, you know, I started with a symposium, and again, looking at a lot of things over the weekend, it just made me realize that this is really worth the while. Because we don't want to make these trophies cheap. We want to make it worth it and worth working for. And when I started, I think the first 3 symposiums, and actually I think the first one that we had at Merensky, we were up to about 120 people, and we were still working on Excel spreadsheets, and the poor girls in the office had to phone everyone 3 times a week. And I mean, even on the electronic system, we struggled to get people registered. So you can just imagine what craziness that was. And I think as much as it looks impressive when Donovan creates the hall and everything outside, and I run away with the program and go mad, none of this would be possible. This hall would be empty if it wasn't for the service that Edran put behind it. His initiative to get, electronic system going, for getting the, you won't imagine how we actually have a follow-up meeting after the symposium, which Edran initiated, to look at the feedback. Every year, the amount of people that give us feedback on the system grows, and it's something that was Edran's initiative. And I think under Edran's guidance, and that's something that we also can't miss, is the people that work with him. At the moment, PJ, Marlene, Nandu, and Arne. So, yeah, I think, Edran leads them. And, yesterday, Marlene, I was in the orchards busy with people, and, Marlene was asking me questions. I was like, I don't know, because you usually handle this, and I just can't remember. So that's how free the system runs, and it's all because of Edran. So from my side, I want to award Edran a trophy for being a baanbreker, if I remember correctly. Yes, correctly. So yeah, I just want to award this trophy to Edran, because the symposium wouldn't be like this without Edran, and for all the hard work he puts in behind the stage. And I always leave him in the dark. We tend not to communicate, and yet he still pulls everything through. Thank you, Edran. All right, so finally, lunchtime. We'll delay the program until 3 o'clock, so you at least have some time to actually rest for once. So if we can all be back here, please support the sponsors. Wat vergeet ek? Oh yeah, and please all move down to the tent. There's a little bit of entertainment for you guys as well on the cricket oval. Then we'll see you guys back here at 3. Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience. Oh yes, and all the speakers' photos in front of the hall, please. So if all the speakers, and also the speakers of this afternoon session, presenters, whatever you want to call it, if you all just can, remember to come to the front. Jy het gepraat. 4 tale. Dankie. Dankie.